Stephen Day. Scott Grout.
And looking for Ricky Bozer and John Dunn. Ricky Bozer and John Dunn. All right, we're going without Ricky Bozer and John Dunn. Loop is live in less than 5. Get going, get going, get going. Live with Dan Bell. Loop is live.
Four minutes left.
All right, minute 30 into this one. Scott Jackson, Travis Miller, Dan Bell, your top 3. Travis Miller, white, pink, blue, working down that back straightaway in the number 1 position. Scott Jackson in the blue and green in the number 2. Corey McCartney
3 minutes left.
in the white with the pink X-ray car in that number 3 spot, followed by Dan, Chris, Randy, and Steven. 2 minutes and 10 seconds into this one. Scott unfortunately out early. Scott Jackson now taking over the top spot. Green and blue, green wheels. So Scott working down the back straightaway. Had a little bit of an issue on the hip jump. No harm, no foul. In through the kiddie coaster. Rolling through the skip jump. Working that tabletop. Travis Miller now going to take over that top spot. So Scott, 0.3 of a second back in 2. Travis Miller back to 1. It's Travis, Scott, and Corey. Separation just 1.3. 2 minutes left to go. So again, Delish Modern Catering
left.
is here to support us. Let's go ahead and support them. Thank them for being out here. I know I'm looking forward to it. We're going to take a short break after round number 1 to be able to go over there and get some food from the catering truck here. Again, the plan is to take a little bit of a break. I'll keep an eye on the time and see where we're going with that. 1 minute and 30 seconds left here in this one. Corey McCartney taking his turn at the top. So Corey, Scott, Dan, and Travis. Separation just 4.5 here. This is our second heat, of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. So Corey motoring past Travis there down that back straight. It looked like Travis said, you can go ahead and have that line.
1 minute left.
And that's how IFMAR qualifying works. Coming in hot, it's probably for a reason. So Corey McCartney out front, Scott Jackson in 2, Travis and Dan running 3 and 4. Again, 5.9 separating your top 4. Chris Painter in that 5 spot, followed by Randy and Steven. So Corey starting to put some distance between himself and the field here. In through the infield, through the kiddie coaster, up in through the front tabletop section, in through the roller coaster. A little bit of hesitation after the double. Down that back straightaway he goes, hitting the bumps up to the wall ride. Even with that, a 13-8 out of your leaders. So Scott still in 2. Dan Bell, Travis Miller, your best battle on track. That's 3 and 4. So four-wheel drive modified coming up next. Travis Miller,
Dan Bell done. Corey McCartney done. Scott Jackson done. Chris Painter done. Travis Miller done. Randy Chong done.
And looking for Stephen Day. That is a race. All stop,
Stephen
all
Day
done. All stop,
all drivers
all
are finished.
done.
The race is
Drivers
completed.
from that race, park your cars. Get right back out here to Marshall, Ricky, and John. I need you guys to Marshall, Ricky, and John. Corey,
Up
Scott,
next,
and Dan, your
race
top
number 10.
3.
4WD Mod Buggy by Garage Door Guys. Heat 1 of 1. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Magic Man. Marcus Ramirez. Aaron Brooks. Kyle Johnson. Mikey the Beard Brown. Slammin' Sammy. 1 minute to the start of the race. Milky. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, no drivers across the line, please. Everyone kind of just stop. Brett Wilson and Marcus Ramirez are showing up with the same transponder. Let's go ahead and get that fixed.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Brett Wilson across the line, please.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Magic Man.
And Marcus.
Less than 5. Marcus
Perfect.
Ramirez.
All right, we got everybody. Go ahead and get them rolling. Man, I haven't seen Mikey in so long, I had to actually look for his car. Happy to see you out here. Believe he's running the PR car right now. All right, we got checks on everybody. Going live with Marcus, less than 5. Marcus and Ashen, first 2 across the line. Working across the tabletop here. Everybody going to get through just fine. And Mikey Brown putting that car at the top of this field so far. 23.506 for your leader. Marcus Ramirez in 2, 23.07. Ash and Aaron, Sam, Brett, Kyle. Brett now up to 4 here. So it's Marcus and
4 minutes
Mikey.
left.
Mikey and Marcus now 13-1, 13-1. Both of these drivers go very, very close in speed. Ash and Bristol, hot lap of a 12.9. So top 3 right about that 13-second mark. Your leader is Mikey Brown, and he's working his way to the roller coaster here. White, pink, purple, and yellow. Down that back straightaway he goes. So Mikey showing 2.7 advantage over Ashen, Bristol. Ashen and Marcus locked in a battle 1 second apart. It's Mikey, a longtime Northwest racer.
3 minutes left.
Making that car look pretty darn good here on the turf. 13.3 that last time by. Ashton Bristol, Marcus Ramirez, top 3 now, separated by 3 seconds. Brett Wilson running 4, followed by Aaron, Kyle, and Sam, just about halfway, 2:20 into this one. Mikey Brown hitting those consistent lines down the straightaway, up the wall ride, down and across the line. 23.06 the pace for your leader. Work together on that wall ride. Marcus sneaking through. Ashton Bristol now just 1/10 of a second back from Mikey Brown. Coming across the line here, it's now going to show Ashton Bristol as your leader. 23.06 with a 0. Mikey, 23.06 with a 3. Separation just 1/10 of a second. Ashton and Mikey barely separated as far as the clock is concerned. Marcus running 6.8 back in the number 3 spot. So battle is top 2. Drivers running separate ends of the track here. Ashton coming to the line as Mikey heads to the roller coaster. Ashton digging, finding some speed late in this run. 1 minute to go. He's opened up a 1.7 second advantage with a couple of
1 minute left.
12-second laps here. 12.7, 12.9, 13 flat, 12.8, 12.9, 12.9 for Ashton Bristol last few laps. Mikey Brown 2 seconds back in 2, followed by Marcus, Aaron, Sam, Brett, and Kyle. 45 seconds to go. Good to see most of a heat of four-wheel drive modified out here. So 2 full heats of 13.5, a full main of four-wheel drive modified. Four-wheel drive modified has been on life support for a couple of seasons. It's nice to see more cars out here. If you're looking to bump up in speed, if you're looking to not play that spec motor game, that spec motor, spec bearing, spec all the expensive things, modified racing might just be for you, and now would be the time to jump in.
Marcus
Mikey Brown
Ramirez
coming
done.
across here, a 13.8, 23.07 in that number 2 spot. Ashton Bristol going to finish up here, 23.02. Drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Slammin' Sammy done. Magic Man done. Kyle Johnson done. Mikey the Beard Brown done. Aaron Brooks done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
Stadium Truck is up next. Stadium Truck is up next, race number 11. Ashton Bristol, your TQ here for round number 1. Mikey Brown 2, followed by Marcus, Aaron, Brett, Sam, and Kyle.
Up next, race number 11. 2WD 13.5 Stadium Truck by the Deitch family. Heat 1 of 1.
Track crew, we need, is it a screw or tape? Marcus, could you grab some tape and hit that corner, please? There's some tape right up here. Thank you, Roger.
One minute to the start of the race.
Can I need all of my marshals back from that one, please?
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
And driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Scott Jackson. Less than 5. Jay Riggs. Tyler Jones. Jackson Dunn. Travis Miller. Andrew Chong. James Brown. Levi Lalone. Joe Buffalino. Randy Chong.
And we got checks on everybody. Marshall's in position. Going green next time by. Looking like Tyler Jones. Less than 5. Scott making it close, but everybody making it on the clock. Mikey, that car looked pretty darn good in that last heat. Nice job.
Four minutes left.
Tyler Levi, Scott Jackson, your top 3. Jackson Dunn, Joe Buffalino, Rounding out your top 5. Jones with the hillbilly wheel set up. Purple in the rear, white in the front of his body. Working his way right behind Levi there, down that back straightaway. That is your leader, your top 2 running together on the track. Oh no, losing the right front corner off of the Joe Buffalino machine. That one is done for the run. So Tyler, Levi, Scott, and Jackson now your lead group. Jay Riggs running 5, followed by Andrew, Travis, Randy, and James Brown. 2 down and 3 to go.
3 minutes left.
So Tyler and Levi separated by 1.1. Levi having some issues there getting onto the straightaway. Again, pink and yellow is still your number 2 car. Scott Jackson in the green and blue is the 3rd place car right now. Was the 3rd place car. And Jackson Dunn going to sneak up the order here. So Jackson Dunn up to 2, maybe up to 3 here. Tyler, Levi, Jackson, and Scott, your top 4. Tyler Jones working on the back of Scott Jackson. Oh, I'm so confused. There's 2 Tyler Jones
left.
trucks out here. They have the exact same paint. Would the real Tyler Jones please stand up? Okay, the real Tyler Jones has the hillbilly wheels. Andrew Chong is the fake Tyler Jones. That makes sense because his body looked like he got run over by a car. Okay, 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. Tyler Jones, Scott Jackson, Jackson Dunn, your top 3. Levi and Jay having a battle for 4 and 5. Tyler out front by 3.7, make it 4.6. Scott Jackson in the 2 spot. He's got 7.5 up on Jackson Dunn. Levi is 10 seconds back from Jackson with Jay Riggs and Travis Miller in tow. So Levi, Jay, and Travis is your battle. So pink and yellow. Pink and yellow leading that second group. Spinning around on his lid. Travis Miller running the Jason Ingbaum truck. The orange, blue, and gray. And Jay Riggs with that X-ray. 20 seconds, drivers. 20 seconds. Work together in the middle of the track, guys. Work together. Less than 5, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Andrew Chong done. Travis Miller done. Jackson Dunn done. Scott Jackson done. Levi Lalone done. Tyler Jones done. Jay Riggs done. Randy Chong done.
One more to finish. James Brown to finish. That is the
James
race.
Brown
All
done.
stop, all done,
All drivers
all
are
stop, all
finished.
done.
The race is completed.
Tyler Jones setting the TQ for round number 1. Scott Jackson 2, followed by Jackson Dunn in 3. Levi, Jay, Travis, Andrew, Randy, James, and Joe rounding out your field.
Up next, race number 12. 17.52 WD Buggy by
All
Pufferfish
right,
Racing.
I got a couple of drivers that are
Heat 1 of
back-to-back
2.
in this one, so I don't really care what number you are. Let's go ahead and just make sure that we get all of the cones filled, please.
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Still looking for the last couple of spots here. Got 6 covered, looking for 5. Looking good. Yeah, we're okay, Tyler.
15 seconds to the start
Driver's
of the
track
race.
is hot, track is yours. Oh.
James Brown, less than 5.
Thank you, Zach.
Brian Butler. Mark Rodriguez. Stephen Day. Justin Thompson. Derek Green.
And shut him down, shut him down, shut him down. I got a few that I need checks on. Dan Rico.
Dan Rico.
Joe Buffalino.
Joe Buffalino.
Eli McCartney. Corey McCartney. "45 seconds, get the McCartneys on track, and then we're just going to drop them in and roll. All right, they're working up to the driver's stand now. And drivers, go ahead and get them rolling.
Corey McCartney.
Perfect. That will do.
Eli
going
McCartney.
Live, less than 5. Dan Rico, first car on the clock. Caution in the kitty coaster. Caution in the kitty coaster. Clear. So Joe Buffalino starting out strong. 22.513. The only driver opening on a 22-lap pace. Derek Green, Corey McCartney rounding out your top 3. So top 3 cars separated by 1.5 seconds.
Four minutes left.
Joe Buffalino, 21.502, the leader's pace. Corey McCartney, 25.05.
3 minutes left.
So Corey and Eli running together right there. Both of them probably a little bit frazzled. Just about missing the race. Thankfully, they had their cars ready to go. Just were not on the stand. Halfway home drivers. Joe, Corey, Derek, Justin, Mark, your top 5, followed by Eli, James, Dan, Brian, and Steven. So schedule-wise, it's looking like we're clear for about a 20-minute break following race 15. So again, I'll confirm that at the conclusion of race 15. That will be time for everybody to be able to go get some food orders in if you haven't been able to make your way over to Delish Modern Catering.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go, drivers. Joe Buffalino looking good here in round number 1. A little bit wonky off of the kiddie coaster. Joe with a red, white, and green. Incredibly appropriate paint scheme for the GP. Oh, no, and Joe going off track. Zach, behind you, behind you. That was the leader getting wheel to wheel, getting knocked off the track. So that one kind of hurts. 26-second lap there for Joe. Gonna slide back to 2. Corey McCartney moving up into that number 1 spot. There's nothing wrong. You just put him on the wrong side of the loop. One minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
So Joe Buffalino on a 20.504 is in that number 2 position. Definitely has that 21 lap pace. 20.501 for your leader right now. That is Corey McCartney. Caution in the middle. Caution in the middle. Goes straightaway side. Straightaway side. So top 2 separated by just 0.9 of a second now. That is Corey and Joe. Derek Green still running 3. Less than 10 drivers. Caution in the middle. Caution
Corey
in
McCartney
the middle.
done.
Clear.
Brian Butler done. Mark Rodriguez done. Stephen Day done. Dan Rico done. Joe Buffalino done. James Brown done.
One more to finish. Derek Green to finish.
Derek Green done.
That is a race. All stop,
drivers
all
are
done.
finished.
Corey taking the win.
race
Joe
is
in that number
completed.
2 spot, followed by Derek, Mark, James, Brian, Dan, and Steven.
Up next, race number 13. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race.
All right, drivers in that race right back out here to Marshall. Race 13 getting ready to hit the track. Second half of 17.5 Buggy.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Dan Bell. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Rio Malver.
And marshals are looking
Scott
pretty
Jackson.
good. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Seth Bozer. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Jackson Dunn. Mike Hood. Chris Painter. Scott Grout. Less than 5. Ricky Bobby.
And looking for a check on Barry Torseth. I see him. He's locked up there in the middle. We have checks on
Barry
everybody.
Torseth.
And loop is live, less than 5. Ricky and Seth, your first 2 across the line. Scott Jackson and Jackson Dunn opening up on TQ pace here. 21.513 for Jackson Dunn. 20.501 for Scott Jackson. Going to slide off that TQ pace here. So Jackson Dunn opening strong.
Four minutes left.
And nobody left on TQ pace. Dan Bell, 20.506 in the top spot. Chris Painter now at 5:05. Dan Bell, Chris Painter, Scott Jackson, pick your order. This time by it is Scott Jackson out front. Caution straightaway. Clear.
3 minutes left.
So Scott Jackson on a 20.505. That time picking up just a little bit here. So Scott trying his best to sneak on up to that TQ pace. TQ right now is Corey McCartney at 20.5 flat. Joe Buffalino sitting 20.507. Right now Scott Jackson landing right in the middle of them. In that number 2 spot overall. Scott up the wall ride, down the wall ride, coming across the line here. Now 20.504, chiseling away at it little by little. 2 minutes 50 down, or 2 minutes and 10 to go.
Two minutes left.
Scott, Chris, Ricky, your top 3. Dan, Mike, Seth, Barry, and Scott Grout rounding out your field with 1:30 to go. Scott Jackson on a 25.03 right now. 15 flat that last time by. Still a couple seconds off of that TQ pace set by Corey McCartney. Caution in the middle, caution in the middle. Clear.
1 minute left.
Scott Jackson chiseling away some more. 20.502. Gonna pick up 2.5 seconds here in the last 45 seconds to make it happen. Coming up to the back of Scott Grout. Again, leader coming through. Thank you, sir. So Scott Jackson over the tabletop, working through the roller coaster now. Over the hip jump, down that back straightaway he goes, working his way up the wall ride, down the wall ride, coming across the line here now, 21.501, or 20 and a 501 with a 5, 8, 10. Oh, an upside down for your leader. Oh, Scott Jackson pushed maybe a little bit too hard, drove one lap at 11 tenths. And Ricky Bozer going to take over the top spot here, 20 to 5.074. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
Seth Bozer done. Ricky Bobby done. Scott Grout done. Mike Hood done.
Keep
Barry
it going.
Torseth done.
Keep it going. 3 cars still alive. Scott Jackson, Chris
Dan Bell
Painter,
done.
Dan Bell. Keep it going, drivers.
Scott Jackson done.
Heartbreak there for Scott
All
Jackson.
drivers are
Chasing
finished.
down that TQ.
The race is completed.
Gonna wind up with a 6 overall in round number 1. Ricky Bozer gonna slide up to 320 and a 507. Dan Bell sneaking up into their number 2 spot. 20 to 513. 20 to 513 for Scott, followed by Chris, Seth, Mike, Scott Grout, and Barry Torseth. Drivers from
race
that
number
race
14.
get right back out here to
2WD
Marshall.
modified buggy by Wild Events. Heat 1 of 2.
Mikey Brown. PR? Is that what you're running right now? A PR car? What tires? I don't care. PR car.
1 minute to the
Jaycon
start of the
tires.
race.
What electronics are you on now? Sweet. Just want an idea because I haven't seen you in like a year. It's been a while.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Good to see you.
Sean Mabel.
And driver's
30
track is
seconds
hot.
to the
Track
start
is
of the
yours.
race.
Race 14 coming up.
Roger
This
Syme.
is the first of 2 heats.
Aaron Brooks. Joe Kinsella. Brad
First of
Borneal.
2 heats of 2-wheel drive modified.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Mikey the Beard Brown. Marcus Ramirez.
And
Less
we've
than
got
5.
checks on everybody. And Loop is live with Aaron Brooks, less than 5. Great job with the Marshall situation so far today. You guys have been amazing. Even Scott Grout, after I gave him a hard time earlier for walking back to his pits. Yeah, thank you. He looked at me rather confused, and I was wondering why he thought it was okay, and then I realized it was 100% my fault. 30 seconds quickly done in this one. Roger Syme showing that good pace early, 23:02. Mikey Brown now, 23:04 with a 3:13. 1/1000th of a second. The separation, you're 1 and 2. 0.2 of a second, your top 3. Aaron Brooks right there, only 0.6 off the lead in the 4 spot. Joe and Marcus rounding out your lead group there. Only 2 seconds separating your top 6.
4 minutes left.
Highly competitive 2-wheel drive modified heat right here. Race 14 of 15. 2-wheel drive modified presented by Wildy Events. Brad Borneal taking his turn at the top. 23:07 with a 5. Roger Syme 23:08 with a 0. Mikey an 0.87. Aaron an 0.87 as well. Top 4, virtually identical time, 0.4 of a second in separation. Joe Kinsella, Marcus Ramirez doing battle. Oh, Mikey, a long lap there, going to slide back to 5. It's Joe, Mikey, and Marcus, your battle at the back. Brad, Roger, and Aaron. Top three separated by just 0.8 of a second. Brad Borneal working to the line. That X-Ray XB4 looking darn good on the turf. Brad, a longtime Yokomo racer, PDX local.
3 minutes
making
left.
The switch to X-Ray. Was there when Peter was working him over to make the switch, and he did a nice sales pitch, getting that car into the hands of a capable driver. Brad, Roger, and Aaron, your top three, still separated by less than 2. Mikey Brown running 4. Joe, Marcus, and Sean rounding out your field at halfway. So Roger Syme is in that lead group. Everybody running pretty darn close on time. Hot laps down the board, 12.9 out of Brad, 13.1 out of Roger. Aaron, a 13.1, a 12.9 out of Mikey. 13.5 out of Joe, 13 flat out of Marcus, a 13.8 out of Sean. Everybody working well together here in traffic. Down that back straightaway for your leader. 3 down and 2 to go.
2 minutes left.
The end of that straightaway has an interesting choice. You either have to go far in or far outside to avoid the ripples there at the end of the straightaway. That can really upset the car. I found out myself just about going sideways up and over that catch fence. So with a minute and 30 seconds left to go, we have a new leader. Roger Syme throwing down a 12.8 a couple laps ago. Caution just after the loop. Clear. So Roger throwing down a 12.818 to throw the new hot lap down. Brad a 12.935. Aaron Brooks right there in 3. Top 3 separated by 3.5. 1 minute to go, drivers. Oh, no, and Roger breaking the front end off of that car late in the run. Car definitely has the speed in the setup, the driver as well. 45 seconds left in this one. Brad and Aaron going to battle to the line here. Mikey a couple seconds back in 3, followed by Joe, Marcus, and Sean. So tough break there for Roger. Brad going to take advantage and try and close out round number 1 at the top. So 23.07, a very respectable time. 23.09 for our second place car. 22.02 for Mikey. Joe in 09. 1.5 seconds to go.
Marcus Ramirez done.
Keep it going, drivers. Keep it going.
Brad Borneal done.
Brad Borneal done with the time to beat here. The provisional TQ 23.507 with a 7.
Joe Kinsella
23.0509 with a 2 for Aaron Brooks. 22.04 for Mikey, followed by Joe, Marcus, Sean, Roger. Unfortunately out early. That is a race. All stop, all done. Drivers right back out to Marshall, please. Race 15, final race of round number 1 in just a moment.
Race number 15. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events.
So the pace is right at 2 hours for a round right here. We're going to take 20 minutes immediately following this one. Make it 25. We're going to go racing at 2:25 will be race number 1 of round number 2. That will be novice. Again, race 1 of round number 2 will happen at 2:25. Again, drivers right back out here to Marshall.
1 minute to the start
of the race.
Set the cars
down, come right back out here. Try to get closed out for round number 1.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Quick announcement from Brenda Wilson. please come and get pulled pork bar from the. The pulled pork bar is open.
15 seconds to the
and
start
will
of
be
the
open
race.
during the break. And we also have drinks, cold drinks, ice water. So please come and support those that are here. And we're having a bake sale
Less than
to
5.
raise money for the Drive Like a Girl program. Thank you.
All right, marshals to position, please. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Brad will slide over to the 5.
Milky. Rio Malver. Gavin Dyke. Tyler Jones. Derek Farmer. Kyle Johnson. Levi Lalone.
We have checks on everybody. All right, loop is live, less than 5. Who was car number 1 in that last one? Need a marshal over there to 1 in place of Sean over there. Marshal to 1. Thank you, William. Yeah. 45 seconds quickly done in this one. Ashton Bristol 24:11 on a TQ pace. 23:507 was the pace set by Brad Borneal. Tyler Jones on TQ pace as well, 23:06. Derek Farmer 21:03, 21:13 for Rio, followed by Kyle and Gavin. Caution at the hip jump. So Ashton Bristol barely holding on to that TQ pace right now. He's got contention with Tyler Jones here. It's 23:06 to a 23:08. Half a second the separation of your top 2. Derek in 3, 22:511, followed by Kyle, Rio, and Gavin. Levi getting back out there as well.
3 minutes left.
Coming up to halfway, Ashton Bristol and Tyler Jones both sneaking up onto that TQ pace here. Derek Farmer, Rio Mulver, your battle in 3 and 4, but right now your top 2, 0.4 of a second. Caution in the switchbacks, clear. More people struggling on that center island than there are. I mean, that's a tough section.
Two minutes left.
Just under 2 minutes left in this one. Ashton Bristol, 23:04 is your leader. Tyler Jones in that purple, teal, and yellow looking good in the second position. Ashton crossing in the solid red, Team Associated B7, 23:03. Tyler Jones, 23:06. Rio, Derek, and Kyle locked in a battle, 21:06, 08, and 08. Four down and
left.
1 to go. 4 down and 1 to go. Ash and Bristol, the only car left on that TQ pace. Tyler Jones, 23.511 in second. Less than 10. Keep it going, drivers, until she calls you done. Tyler making a late charge, 23:10 now, trying to get back onto that TQ pace. I don't think it's going to happen, barring a miracle, but a solid top 5 run nonetheless.
Milky done.
And Ashen, 23.501, going to lock that TQ
Kyle
up
Johnson
here for
done.
round number 1.
Rio Malver done. Gavin Dyke done. Tyler Jones done. Levi Lalone done.
And that is a race, all stop, all done. Ashen, Tyler, Derek, your top 3, followed by Rio, Kyle, Gavin, and Levi. I'm going to get the resort posted here in just a moment. 2:25, we're going live with race number 1. Again, that will be all volunteer marshals. Race number 1, novice, at 2:25.
Up next, race number 1. Novice by Team Associated. Heat 1 of 1.
All right, heats are posted for round number 2. You'll notice that everybody after short course has changed. That's because there is no short course for round number 2. So again, double check DieHardRCRacing.liverc.com. Heats are posted. Again, 2:25. We're going live with race number 1. In the meantime, we're doing a quick track repair. I'm going to start the timer for practice. Please don't run over my track crew. They are doing you a favor by being out there. Please let them go ahead and do what they're going to do, and do not put cars on track until after they are clear. Gavin, if you want to meet me at the food truck, I'll be there in just a minute.
All right, so tech classes for round 2 will be our 21.5, race 2 and 3, and our 13.5 wheeler, race 11 and 12. You guys will be going through techs. Please come up the race before, go through tech, get your tech sticker as you go through tech. Do not return back to your pit after you have been teched. So if you want to go get weighed in right now and check your voltage so you're ready to go, those tools are out there for you to use. Yeah, check your car numbers. He picks, he tries to not change them, but the computer changes what they have to. So check your car numbers for round 2. You may have to change them. Track is open for you guys that want to get some laps in. Track is open.
Maya done.
All right. Race 2 and 3, you'll need to be race 2. You'll need to be at tech at race 1 to be ready. So for your
Stephen Day. $50 flat. 21.2. $18.3. 18 Brett McCarty. $16.8. 16.7. 17.9. $16.5. 20.4. $15.2. 15.6. 15.9. $15.9. 41.3. 15.5. 15.9. William Trice. 29 flat. 15.8. 18.2. 16.5. 18.2. 16.1. 42.6. 16.8. 'Aaron Brooks. 249.6. 17.7. 25.9. 13.2. 24.9. 13.8. 16.7. 17.8. 20.4. 16.3. 14.6. 15.9. 17.1. Devin 16.9.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Uh-oh. Finding the limits of the range here. All right, if you've not found your way over to
15.8.
Delish Modern Catering, I'd highly recommend it.
16.5.
I had a bite of the pulled pork. I stole some from my daughter, and I have some of
17.5.
the shredded chicken myself. Both options absolutely fantastic. They got corn salad over here. They got some coleslaw to throw onto your pulled pork or pulled chicken sandwich.
28.3.
They got the
16.4.
watermelon jicama salad and the baked beans over here. Find your way over here. Delish Modern Catering. Serving up
52.1.
delicious eats here at DieHard
18.1.
RC.
28 flat. 16.9. 54.2. 18.6. 16.7. 15.9. 14.8. 17.3. 17.8. 17.7. 136.8. Scott Walker. 13.6. 18.3. 18.3. 19.1. 13.4. 16.5. 131 flat. 21.1. 18.5. 16 flat. 19.8. 123.8. 26.6. 29.5. 20.9. 22.5. 17.3. 16.5. 21.2. 54.5. 18.9. 20.4. 21.2. 16 flat. 16.6. 21.4. 41.2. 37.9. 22.2. Aaron McMorrin. 28.2. 28.3. Rio Malver. 19.7. 13.8. 27.3. 16.3. 29.1. 17.5. 16.4. 16.7. 15.9. 15.3. 50.9. 15.9. 14.7. 16 flat. 25.6. 24.8. 16.9. 26.7. 16.4. 19.1. 14.1. 22.2. 17.8. 15.9. 18.6. 14.7. 16.4. 16.9. 15 flat.
All right, now's an
14 flat.
opportunity to go hit some overlaps too. Those SR10Ms are available for you guys to go run around some, take some overlaps with. So head on over to
16.9.
the pits over here
15.2.
behind the track.
35.8.
And there's some
14.4.
SR10Ms there for you guys to enjoy.
23.8. 16.1. 16.4. 17.2. 24.8. 230.2. 15.8. 15.7. 34.4. 17.9. 16.1. 16.1. 18 flat. 17.1. Eli McCarty. Done. 17 flat. 15 flat. 15.8. 19.3. 32.5. 15.2. 15.3. 14.3. 19.4. 16.4. 16.6. 14.4. Maya done. 14.8. 14.5. 20.5. 16.8. 16.3. 14.7. 15.7. 19.4. 27.4. 17.3. 14.8. 17 flat. 14.3. 15.1. 17-3, 15-2, 15-7, 14-7, 26.9, 14-9. 15-9, 17-5, 14-7, 16-4, 18-1. 14-1, 16-6, 21.3, 15-5, 36.1. J. Riggs. 14-9, 16-4, 15-8, 14-4, 13-9, 17-4, 24.4. Levi Lalone. 15-6, 51.9, 15-5, 16 flat, 14 flat, 16-5, 16-3, 15-8, 21.5, 19-4, 18-9, 16-3, 15-5, 23.9, 14-2, 14-9, 13-7, 16-4, 27.4, 18-1, 14-7, 14-8, 13-9, 15-7, 17 flat, 15-8, 39.3, 18-6, 15-3, 15-5, 14 flat, 16 flat, 14-7, 15-6, 15-8, 42.9, 14-4, 16-1, 16-2, 14-5, 15-5, 15-4, 15-4, 16-1, 14-2, 21.9, 15 flat, 15-9, 15-2, 16-6, 14-9, 14-6, 22.2, 16-2, 14-9, 14-1, 16-2, 14-8, 14-6, 16-1, 15-5, 15-5, 16-5, 14-8, 15-1, 15 flat, 14-3, 15-6, 14-9, 15 flat, 15-5, 47.1, 16-3, 14-3, 26.4, 15 flat, 16-7, 14-7, 16-4, 16 flat, 205.4, 17-3, 18-2, 15-4, 16-6, 16-5, 14-4. 14 flat. 16-9. 15-7. 15-5. 38.7. 15-5. 13-9. 16-9. 20.9. 18-2. 23 flat. 14-4. 16-8. Brielle alone. 15-3. 14-6. 14-3. 15-7.
All right, get ready, you guys. We're going to be heading over for race
14-5.
1 of Qual 2,
19-3.
and then Tech will be open for race 2 and
16-2.
3. Remember,
14-4.
do not go back to your pits
14-6.
after you've been teched, and there should be a sticker on your car.
24 flat. 16-6.
Race 1, start making your
14-4.
way to the track,
14-3.
and we're going to be shutting down the track here in 2 minutes.
18-3. 21.5. 16-8. 15 flat. 16-9. 26.4. 32.7. 14-1. 15-8. 14-6. 14-6. 22.5. 15-3. 18-9. 18-8. 15-3. 14-7. 15-4. 15-2. 14-9. 14-9. 16-1. 15-9. 15-9. 20.8. 16-5. 14-4. 13-9. 15-1. 17-7. 14-7. 14-9. 14-5. 16-5. 14-7. 18-4. 14-7. 16-8. 31 flat. 16-3. 17-3. 14-8. 16-4. 21 flat. 16 flat. 16-3. 14-4.
All right, let's finish up those laps. Finishing up, we'll get her closed down.
19-2. 15-8. 17-5.
'Jackson Dunn to Tech. Jackson Dunn. Rio, come see me, please. Rio. All right, D. Lish, why don't you go grab yourself a loaner?
John Dunn.
Hey, racers, the TV that is over here at the Tech booth will give you your
14-6.
car number. So if you don't have your phone with you and you don't know what sticker to grab, look at the TV once we get it going. And the ticker at the bottom will also give you the car number for your next race that's up.
14-8.
So Keep that in mind. The ticker at the bottom is next race and the order. And then the other screen that is active is the one that is your current car numbers. Track is closed.
17-5.
Race one. You guys should be making your way to the driver's stand. Race one. Can I have volunteers, please, to the track to Marshall? Volunteers to the track to Marshall. And I think it's time for a
1 minute
little
to the start of the
bit of
race.
Italian pizzeria music. There you go, Peeler. Peeler asked for it. He got it.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Should have Dalton on the stand, McCarty, Olivia, Williams, Scott, Devin, Briella, Lila, and I want you to slowly roll around and check your cars across the line. Check them across the line. Marshals, make your way to the stand. I need all volunteers to the stand, to the track. So, spaced our national anthem to start our day. We will be playing our national anthem here, definitely for our main events tomorrow, so I do apologize. That was on me. All right, everybody has checked. I don't have enough marshals. That music is still playing, in fact, due to the no marshals to get this race going. Peeler says, kill the music, Brad. Help me, help me. I think we got him, huh? All right, so you guys, let's go ahead and take your warm-up laps. Warm-up laps are activated. Do not break them in warm-ups. Nice and easy, nice and easy. That looks like a ball cup, hopefully. All right, keep going. No more new laps, no more new laps, no more new laps. We'll call you guys across one at a time. Line them up over on the straightaway. I don't think the wall ride's a great spot to get started. Back to the straightaway you go. Back to the straightaway. Go ahead and take your lap to the straightaway. Park them on the straightaway. I need to add a couple names here. Can I have my D-List drivers? D-List drivers. I'm just going to add you in as D-List 1 and D-List 2. Does that work for you guys? Okay. So let me get you guys over to the loop. Ricky, raise your hand so they know what that means. All right, can I get Delish 1? Let's just get one of you guys over there. Delish 1, head to the loop for me. Yep, just drag him across, Ricky. Is that so? We'll call you. The red one is Delish 1.
Delish 1.
Delish 2. Delish 2. Where are we at? Green car, is that it? Delish 2, drive it over. The loaner, head over to the loop over there. There you go. Run that wall ride. Nice work.
Delish 2.
All right, there we go. So your order's going to go Dalton, Brett, Olivia, William, Scott, Devin, Briella, Lila, Delish 1, and Delish 2. Dalton, you're going to go on the tone. I'm going to call you guys off fast. Be ready. Corners ready. Drivers ready. On the tone. Brett, Olivia, William, Scott, Devin, Briella, Lila, Delish 1, Delish 2. Don't forget to turn. Nice, easy inputs for you new drivers. It's nice and smooth on the wheel, smooth on the throttle. Do not give big, fast inputs. Easy inputs.
Four minutes left.
So we're 1 minute in. Dalton out there on the charge. He's sitting number 1. Brett in the 2. Olivia, your battle. 1, 2, 3. Dalton, Brett, Olivia, William, Scott in a battle. 1.5 separating your 4 and your 5. Olivia only 1.8 off the back of McCarty. So Dalton now coming across right here. He is 5.3 in front of his Brett McCarty in the 2. So here comes Olivia, your number 3, crossing, putting her 5.3 off the back of McCarty now. That is your pink wing, is your number 3. Let her go if she comes up on you. Keep it clean. Don't drive through each other. Nice, clean, sportsman-like driving on that racetrack, please. Race 14. Race 14. You guys will be marshaling the next
3
race.
minutes left.
2 mod, race 14. Be ready to marshal. Race 2, you guys should be through tech. Race 3, you should be thinking about it. Brett McCarty, 18.501. Dalton on it, 18.510. 3.5 now. Dalton to the 2. Olivia still holding the 3. William sitting in the 4. Only 1.3 off the back of Dalton now. Dalton starting to make mistakes, allowing William to catch him. So here comes Brett McCarty across the line. Brett McCarty is on the middle of the track on the skip jump now. So McCarty starting to check out from Dalton Guerrero in the 2. William Trice makes it to the 3, putting Olivia down to the 4. Your 5 is Scott Walker. 6 is Lila. 7 is Devin. Delish 2 in the 8, and then Delish 9 in the or Delish
left.
1 in the 9. Briella Lalone, no show in this one. Watch it on the wall ride. Oh, you guys had plenty time to see that. You're on a straightaway, and there's a car midway on the wall ride. You should have time to slow down. Pay attention to be in front of your car a little bit so you know what's coming. Looking at 1:20 to go. McCarty now 12 seconds out in front of the group. William and Olivia battling 3.6 now. Olivia getting caught up there with Devin. Devin, that's your third place. Let her go,
1
let her
minute
go.
left.
Pink Wing, let her go. Oh, Olivia, he tried, hon. You got to have a little patience there. A little patience. 50 seconds. McCarty, Guerrera, Trice, Guerrera, Walker, Odom, Slaney. Deli 2, Deli 1 is your 8 and 9. Sam, right behind you. Wall ride. How'd that cone disappear? 7 should be over midway, Sam. It shouldn't be right there. Yeah. Yeah. Threw some paint at it, bud. Lipstick on a pig here at DieHard. 15 seconds. Brett, Dalton, Olivia, William, Scott, Lila. Devin in the 7. Race 14. Make your way to the track for marshaling. 2 mod. Race 14. Keep going. You're going to hear your name and you will be done.
Dalton Guerrero done. Brett McCarty done. Olivia Guerrero done. Scott Walker done. Delish 1 done. Devin
Just
Slaney
a minute.
done.
Red car. Easy. Easy, red car. Easy. Easy. You're done.
Lila Odom done.
You're done. It's okay.
Delish 2 done. All drivers are finished.
All
race is
right.
completed.
So, Delish 1 and 2 getting their first taste at DieHard of the turf with the associated B6 4-loaners. All right. You guys should all be teched. If you're on the driver's stand, you should have gone through tech already.
Up next, race number 2. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets. Heat 1 of 2.
Race 14 2 mod on the track. 14 2 mod. You guys are marshaling.
One minute to the start of the race.
Again, race number 14 should be out here marshalling. That's my A sort of two-wheel drive modified. I should not have any novice marshals on the
45
track.
seconds to
Should
the
be
start of the
all
race.
two-wheel drive modified. Again, race 14, the A sort
30
of
seconds
two-wheel
to the
drive
start of the
modified
race.
should be out here. Awesome. Thank you, Brenda. Looking for Ashton Bristol,
15
Brad
seconds
Borneal,
to the
Aaron
start of the
Brooks,
race.
Tyler Jones, Mikey Brown, Joe Kinsella, Marcus Ramirez.
Less than 5.
Marcus Ramirez, where are you? Part of RC racing is marshaling when you're supposed to.
And Joe, you're number 6. Mikey on number 4. Tyler Jones, number 3. I see you there. Aaron Brooks, number 2. Brad Borneal, 5. Ashton Bristol, 1. Marcus Ramirez, 7. All right, drivers. Track is hot. Track is yours.
Aaron McMorran. Maya Dunn. Anya Dyke. Dalen Brown. Stephen Day. Michael McMorran. Ronnie Walker.
Round 2 should be going a little bit faster than round number 1. Looking for a check on Scott Grout. We'll give Scott just a second here to get his stuff situated. I see him up there on the stand. Scott, you gonna make it? Scott, we're going to slide you into the back of the next one, and we're going to go ahead and get going here. Oh, no. Broken. Copy that. All right. Drivers, get them rolling. Going green with Dalen here in less than 5. So Anya out front, zooming, 14.7 hot lap on a 20 and a 5 flat. That would have been TQ for round number 1. Unfortunately, her car decided to not function halfway through the round last run. So again, pink, white, black is your leader,
4 minutes
working
left.
through the infield now. Thank you, Dalen. Stephen Day in the purple car in the number 2 spot. Aaron McMorrin in the 3, followed by Michael, Dalen, and Ronnie. Minute 35 into this one. Anya still on that 20-lap pace, 20 to 5:05, 18:01 for Aaron and Stephen. Battle is 2 and 3. So Stephen Day in the purple car. Aaron McMorrin in that number 2 spot. Got the green, black, and yellow.
Three minutes left.
So Anya working her way through some traffic right there. Thank you, Stephen. So if you guys didn't notice, Aaron Brooks put an escape. If you fall off the inside of the hip jump, again, that's an escape if you fall off there. That's not a cut if you decide to just not take the line. Halfway home here, 20 laps in a 5:03 now for your leader, Aaron and Steven. 19:06 for Aaron in the 2 spot. Steven in 18:02. Ronnie, Dalen, and Michael rounding out the field here. Michael's transponder working much better than last round.
Two minutes left.
Three down and 2 to go. Leader working her way up the wall ride now. Finding her way, picking her way through some crashed cars right there. Minute 30 left in this one. 20 and a 5:05, the pace for your leader, Aaron, in that number 2 spot. So 1 and 2 together on the track, running 2 and 1. And they are 1 lap apart. So Anya does have 1 lap up on the field here. Aaron having a good race in the number 2 spot. Ronnie Walker now working his way up to 3. Stephen Dalen and Michael rounding out your field. 1 minute left to go. Again, we're going to slide Scott Grout up into the next group because he was the next
1 minute
one
left.
qualified. He will be able to go based on time right behind that group inside of 1 minute to go. Anya laying down a 20 and a 5:07 right now. Nice job working with the leader right there as she works her way through the switchbacks. Going to be coming up on the back of Stephen Day. As time expires on the master clock, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Aaron McMorran done. Dalen Brown done. Michael McMorran done. Anya Dyke done. Stephen Day done. Ronnie
And looking
Walker
for
done.
Ronnie, that's a race.
All
All
drivers
stop,
are
all
finished.
done. Anya going to
The race
finish
is
up 20
completed.
laps in a 5:08. Aaron a 19:5:02. Ronnie an 18:5:05. 18:5:05 for Stephen, followed by Michael and Dalen.
Up next, race number 3. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to
Again,
the start
marshals
of the
from that one. I
race.
need one volunteer marshal to help me out here. One volunteer as my 2 cars that failed to make the start will be sliding into the back of this one. So
45 seconds
Hey,
to the start
Anya.
of the race.
good job, kid. Way to go, zoom, zoom.
.30 seconds to the start of the race.
Again, I'm going to need one volunteer to help me out with this one. There's no back-to-backs. If I can get a volunteer to help me out on 5 or 7, that'd be amazing. 5 or 7. Awesome. Thanks, John.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Randy Chong, less than 5. Brendan Bullock. Mark Rodriguez. Travis Miller. Andrew Chong. Derek Green. Guy Davey. Chris Painter. Scott Grout. Maya
And we
Dunn.
have checks on everybody. Going live with Chris Painter. He's at the front tabletop right now. Working through the roller coaster. Down that back straightaway. Loop is live in less than 5. Caution in the middle. Caution in the middle. Caution wall ride. Clear. So Derek Green is your leader, 20 and a 5:06. Make it a 5:03 now. Andrew Chong, 25:11. Chris Painter, 20 and a
4 minutes
5:14. One car going faster than TQ pace at the moment. That is Derek Green. Derek is your leader. Blue front, red rear, white wheels. Working into the roller coaster. Oh, single through the roller coaster. Didn't quite get it lined up right, but that's the mature decision you have to make as a faster driver. Or I should say those are the mature decisions that you make that make you a faster driver, knowing when to bail. So Derek's showing a 5:07 right now, still on TQ pace. And a 5:07 flat, getting a little bit faster here. Andrew Chong, Chris Painter is your battle for 2 and 3. Oh, Andrew making a little bit of a mistake right there. Going to give it up to Chris. Chris, caution here in the front. Caution here in the front. Clear.
3 minutes left.
Two down and 3 to go. Derek Green still on that TQ pace. 20 and a 5:06, making it 5:08, 1:05. No longer on that TQ pace, but I'm sure he's got more in the tank. Derek working that roller coaster on the right side, coming down the straightaway, tangles up just a little bit with some traffic, working the wall ride, coming across the line. 20 and a 5:10 with a 3, a 16:4. So Derek not on the hunt for one in this heat. He's on the hunt for one overall for the round, looking for that TQ pace. 20 and a 5:09.6. He's got the speed. 15:1 that last time by. Chris Painter, Andrew Chong, 19.511 to a 19.12. That's your 2 and 3. Guy Davey, Randy Chong, Mark Rodriguez, and Travis Miller locked in a battle through 7, followed by Brendan, Scott, and
2
Maya.
minutes left.
So again, Andrew Chong is in that number 3 position here, working his way down the straightaway. Chris Painter in the orange and white is your number 2 car. Those 2 cars separated by just 4 seconds. They keep going back and forth, though. As soon as one of them gets clear, the other one makes a mistake, and then it flips, and the gap closes back up. 1 minute 10 left in this one. Derek Green, 20 in a 5:10, still about 2 seconds off of that TQ pace. A minute and 10 seconds left to go. 14.847 that time by for Derek. His personal best, showing a 20 and a 5:09.6, 1.5 seconds off of TQ right now. Work together on the straightaway. Leader in the middle of that group.
1 minute left.
Again, blue front, blue and red is your leader. Blue and red with white wheels is your leader. He's trying to get through right now, trying to work his way through the roller coaster. So again, Derek Green is half a lap or more ahead of the rest of the field. You guys see him in there. Work with your leader. Again, blue and red, white wheels is your leader as he gets clear down the back straightaway. 25 seconds to go. Derek coming across, 20 and a 5:13 here. 19:07 for Chris. Travis Miller now up to 3. Mark in 4, followed by Guy, Andrew, Randy, Brendan, Scott, and Maya. Caution hip jump. Clear. And drivers at his time on the master clock, keep it going until she calls you done.
Guy Davey done. Chris Painter done. Travis Miller done. Andrew Chong done. Scott Grout done.
Keep it going until she
Randy
calls
Chong
you done.
done.
Derek, Mark, Brendan still live.
Brendan Bullock done.
One
Derek
more
Green
to
done.
finish. That is a race.
Mark
All
Rodriguez
stop, all
done.
done. Derek Green.
All drivers are finished. The race
20
is
and a
completed.
5:14, going to be good enough for 2 overall for the round. Chris Painter, 19.505 in 2, 5:12 for Mark Rodriguez in 3, followed by Travis, Guy, Andrew, Brendan, Randy, Scott, and Maya. So Anya going to get the TQ in round number 2. Way to go, Tiny Human.
Up next, race number 4. Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Gilpin Construction. Heat 1 of 2.
Drivers from that last race, get right back out there to Marshall, please. Race number 4, first heat of Masters 2-wheel drive coming up.
Sean Mabel. 1 minute to the start of the race. Dan Bell. Justin Thompson.
Again, there should not be cars moving on the track until
45
we have my
seconds to the
marshals
start
in
of the race.
position.
Terry Yeo.
And Corey McCartney or Tyler Jones, if one of you guys is available for race number 5, that'd be fantastic.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Davis.
I mean, Roger, we could, but I don't know if we'd gain any advantage by being too light. Yeah, it was 21.5 and 17.5. In case somebody missed the announcement earlier, 21.5 and 17.5 are my tech classes for this round. So again, that's race number 11 and 12 will be the next
Less
tech
than
classes. All right, Marshall situation looking pretty good. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. First half of 40 plus on track right now. Thank you. Is my radio over there? Thanks. And I've got checks on everybody. Going live with Kyle Johnson. So Sean Maybell, your early leader, showing a 21.504. Dan Bell in 2. Justin, Kyle, Tom, and Terry all rounding out that battle. You okay, Andrew? He's laughing. He couldn't. He kind of missed the bucket.
4 minutes left.
1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. 14-1 that time out of your leader. Hot lap on track, though, is Kyle Johnson with a 14 flat. And Sean answering back, 13.912. Hot lap on track now belongs to your leader. Sean Maybell down that back straightaway. Minute 45 into this one, 22.510 for Sean Maybell, picking up the pace here in round number 2. 22.09, a 13.646 that time by Dan Bell. Kyle Johnson locked in a battle for 2. That's 21.511 to a 20.502, 2.5 seconds of separation. Terry Yeo having a decent run in that number 4 spot, followed by Tom, Justin, and Scott. Caution after the loop, caution after the loop, and clear. Sean Maybell showing 22.508 here in this run, just over halfway, coming up to 3 down, 2 to go. Maybell on a decent run. That would have been good enough for 3 overall last round.
2 minutes left.
Dan Bell and Terry O separated by 4 seconds. That is your battle for 2 and 3. Kyle Johnson running 4. Tom, Justin, and Scott rounding out your field. 1 minute 30 to go. So Sean continuing to pick up the pace. 22.507 for your leader. 20.503 for Mr. Terry Yo in that number 2 spot. Kyle Johnson, Dan Bell, a 5.06 and a 5.07, 1/10 of a second separating your
1 minute
3
left.
and 4. 2, 3, and 4 now separated by just 2.5 seconds. 45 seconds remaining on the clock here in this one. Round number 2, heat number 1, 40 plus 2-wheel drive modified. Terry, Kyle, and Dan swapping positions. Dan Bell, Kyle Johnson now running 3-4. Terry Yo gets a 3-second reprieve in that number 2 spot. 30 seconds left. Terry up and down the wall right. He's got Sean right there with him. And less than 5 drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Terry Yeo done. Kyle Johnson done. Scott Davis done. Dan Bell done. Sean Mabel done. Justin Thompson done.
And
Cupcake
that is
done.
a race. All stop,
drivers
all
are
done, all
finished.
stop, all
The
done.
race is
Sean
completed.
Maybell, 22.509. 20 to 5 flat for Terry Yo. Kyle Johnson, 3, followed by Dan, Tom, Justin, and Scott.
Up next, race number 5. Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Gilpin Construction. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race.
All right, drivers, just give it a minute. Let's get our marshals out there. Oval cars are ready. If you guys want to get over to that oval and make some laps, they are sitting there ready to play with. Thank you guys for watching over that table of loaners from Team Associated.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Corey, did you make your way in there? I hope
I'm
you
here.
did.
Yep,
Thank you.
I'm here. All right, race 5. Waiting on marshals to find their way out there.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
So this is our Heat 2 of 2 Masters 2-wheel drive. Brad
15
Borneal
seconds
with
to the start of the race.
TQ in round 1, followed by Roger, Brandon, Aaron, Joe, Derek, and Brett.
Less than 5.
Let's give Brad just a second. He's grabbing new radio batteries.
Okay. Copy
And
that.
we need cone 7. Check who was supposed to be on 7 for us, would you, Corey, from the last race?
Oh, I see Sean running. Brett Wilson's got some backseat emceeing going on right now. That's fine. Okay, it'll take just another 30 seconds here. Brad's changing out some radio batteries. Corner marshals look like you are in position. Thank you. Okay, drivers, warm them up.
Derek Farmer. Roger Syme. Brad Borneal. Joe Kinsella. Aaron Brooks. Brandon Dyke. Magic Man.
All right, go ahead and spread yourselves out. We're going to get this thing started. Race 5, going live in 5. All right, Roger is going to be your first car on the clock. .11 out of your leader, Roger Syme, in the 1 spot, followed by Brad Borneal with fresh radio batteries in the 2, Aaron Brooks in the 3. Got his rollover out of the way on the warm-up lap. Derek Farmer clicks off a 13.3, good enough for 3rd. So Brad Borneal is defending the TQ from round 1. He's sitting 2nd, 5 seconds behind Roger. Aaron Brooks, another 8 seconds back from Brad. So those would be your top 3. Derek Farmer trying to break into the top 3. 23.502, your leader's pace. That would be a new TQ. So race 5 on track, race 6, you should be headed over to the base of the driver's stand. You are on deck. Race 6 on deck. We are 140 down, 320 to go, drivers. Roger, Brad, and now Derek. Aaron must have had a bobble. He falls down a couple of spots. Roger, Brad, and Derek, followed by Aaron, Brandon, Brett, Joe. 23.502 out of your leader. 23.506 the pace for your 2 car.
3 minutes left.
22 lap run out of Derek. So only Roger and Brad on a 23 lap run at this time. Hot lap. 12.8 out of Roger. That's a burner. 12.8 the lap time to beat. Next best on track. 13.0 out of Brad and Aaron. So those are your 3 who have the pace. Roger, Brad, Aaron. Aaron bumps Derek down to the 4. Brandon in the 5. Joe in the 6. Brett in the 7. So we're just over halfway. Your leader across the loop, following Derek Farmer through the infield. Pushing him around the track. Over the roller coaster they go. Down the straightaway goes 1 and 4. Your 2 car coming across the loop now.
2 minutes left.
Spackled X-Ray XB2 out of Brad Borneal through the infield and approaching the roller coaster. Aaron Brooks in his familiar paint scheme through the infield in the 3 spot. Brad Borneal clicks off at 12.9, the only other driver to dip below the 13-second lap in this run. 1:30 left on the clock. Some masterful traffic awareness by the rest of our field. These guys have done this for, well, decades. Love seeing how clean these guys race each other. So we got a race for the top spot with 1 minute left on the clock. Brad has slowly but surely been reeling in Roger, and he now sits 0.4 seconds back, 0.4 back. Aaron wants in. He's about a half a lap back. Brad and Roger. 1, 2, 40 seconds left. Brad, Roger, Aaron, Derek, Brandon, Joe, Brett. most of this race bettering their first round, so a lot of gains happening on the track right now. 20 seconds to go. Thank you, Brandon. So red and blue, your leader, 10 seconds down the straightaway. He's got some wide open track. Let's see what he can do with it. He's hanging on by 0.4 seconds. It has stayed consistent. That is time.
Roger Syme done. Joe Kinsella done. Brad Borneal done. Brandon Dyke done. Aaron Brooks done. Derek Farmer done. Magic Man done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
So 5/100ths of a second separating your 1 and 2. Roger Syme getting the TQ. Brad Borneal in the smallest of margins in the second spot, followed by Aaron Brooks, Derek Farmer, Brandon Dyke, Brett Wilson, Joe Kinsella. Race 6 is up.
Delish will be leaving at 3:45, so they're calling for last call if you want to head on over there. They do have some extra pulled chicken and pulled pork that they're going to be selling by the pound. So if you want to take some of the meat home, it's a whole box for $25, which is like 2 to 3 pounds of pulled pork. So that's a really good price. So head on over and take some home or get a sandwich before they leave.
Up next, race number 6. Senior Buggy 55 plus White Glove Home Improvement. Heat 1 of 1.
Also, I probably have 1,000 cookies in the bake sale.
John
so
Dunn.
if you
Mike
want a
Hood.
cookie, please come buy some cookies because I don't want Brett eating 1,000 cookies. So please come buy them.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Cookies are $1.
Maybe,
Come
I
buy
don't know.
them.
Guy Davy.
All right.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Barry Torseth.
We might
Brian
marshal
Butler.
to 6. And we can get going. Marshal to 6 and we
Scott
can get
Dyke.
going.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
We're missing. I'm missing from out there. Can we get somebody to jump in for me so we can get this race going, please? Need one volunteer,
15
please.
seconds
One
to the
volunteer.
start of the race. Less than 5.
And once we get a marshal to 6, we can get going. Once we get a marshal to 6. Thank you, Jay. All right, we have checks on all drivers. What's going on with that blue car? All right, going live with Guy Davy in less than 5. .45 seconds quickly done in this one. Mike Hood, John Dunn, Guy Davy, and Brian Butler is your battle at the front.
Four minutes left.
Brian Butler out front now. Mike Hood, Guy Davey, your 2-3. Scott up to 4, followed by John and Barry. A leader getting stuck in the pipe right there. It's going to shake things up. It was a 4.5-second gap back to Mike Hood. Mike showing 3 seconds back from Brian Butler now. Make it 7-10. So Brian Butler, Mike Hood, Scott Dyke, your top 3. Guy, John, and Barry rounding out your field. 2 down, 3 to go. Just over halfway. Scott Dyke and Guy Davey is your battle for 3 and 4. That separation is 1 second. 19.505, the leader's pace. That's Brian Butler. Mike Hood, Scott Dyke, your battle 2 and 3 now. 19.512 for Mike Hood. Scott Dyke, a 5:14. 18:01 for Guy Davey, just off of that 19-lap pace.
2 minutes left.
One minute and 30 seconds left to go. Battle is 3 and 4 now. Guy Davey and Scott Dyke. John Dunham running 5. Scott now up to 3. Brian and Mike now battling 0.8 of a second. Top 4 drivers separated by 7.5. Top 3 under 5. That's Mike Hood now to the point. Brian Butler in 2, Scott Dyke in 3, followed by Guy Davey and John Dunn. 1 minute to go, drivers.
1 minute left.
$25 seconds left to go. Top 3, only 4.5 seconds of separation. That's Brian, Mike, and Scott. Guy Davey running 4, John Dunn in 5. So Brian Butler trying to sneak a TQ run in here. Oh, goes upside down. Getting to the tabletop.
Guy Davey done. Brian Butler done. Scott Dyke done. Mike Hood done. All drivers
and
are
that
finished.
is a race. All stop,
race
all
is
done.
completed.
Mike Hood getting the TQ here for round number 1, 19.508.1. Scott Dyke in 2, 19.508.7. Brian Butler, 19.508.8. Followed by Guy Davey, 19.511. 3.2 seconds on the field for that run. Good close racing. Race 7, first rack of the 13.5 four-wheel. I need 2 volunteers to help me out with this one. Race
Up
7,
next,
first rack of
race number
13.5
7.
four-wheel. You guys are up.
4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
1, 6, and 7 still need to be filled. 1, 6, and 7. 1, 6, and 7.
Travis Trevin. Stephen Day. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're okay.
Mike Hood. Cupcake. Ricky Bobby. Scott Grout.
Looking for Randy, John, and Dan. Randy, John, and Dan to check.
Dan Rico.
Randy Chong, you going to make it? All right, drivers, we have checks on
John
it.
Dunn.
Looks like everybody who's going to be here. Going live with John Dunn as he's working his way up to the front tabletop. Loop is live, less than 5. So Travis Trevin in that number 1 position. I'm sure he checked every fastener on that car for this run. Tom Bristol, Ricky Bozer running 2, 3. Mike Hood, Scott Grout 4, 5. Followed by Steven, Randy, Dan, and John. Caution just after the
4
loop.
minutes
Caution
left.
just after the loop. Tom Bristol, Scott Grout, John Dunn having a good battle there for 4, 5, and 6. Tom Bristol with new paint this weekend, gray and green. Oh, leader getting tangled up. He had 5.5 seconds over Ricky. We'll see how that sorts itself out.
3 minutes left.
Again, Travis chasing down the TQ. He was on a 22-lap pace. Going to be on a 21:02 right now. Ricky Bozer on a 21:04 in that number 2 spot. Tom Bristol up to 3, bringing Scott and John with him. Mike Hood running 6, followed by Dan, Randy, and Stephen Day. Halfway home, drivers. Travis and Ricky, separation is just 2 seconds. You're good, Randy. Thank you. Three down and 2 to go. Travis on a
2 minutes
21.03 in that number 1 position. Trying to set the early TQ number. Travis working his way back onto a 22-lap run here. 22.513 as he works down the back straightaway. Up and down that wall ride for your leader, working into the back of some traffic. He's got Tom Bristol directly in front of him. And then Scott Grout to contend with as well. So again, base white with blue and orange. Orange wheels is your leader.
1 minute left.
Working on the back of Dan Rico now. Car 2 is Ricky Bozer. Ricky down the back straightaway, base white with some red, yellow, and blue. So Travis on a 22-lap run, only driver on a 22. Ricky is darn close to
Ricky
a
Bobby
21.
Dunn.
20 to 5:01 is his pace.
John Dunn done.
Caution wall ride.
Stephen Day done. Randy Chong done. Cupcake done. Scott Grout done. Travis Shriven done.
Keep it going. 2 more to finish. Mike
Mike Hood
Hood.
done.
Dan Rico. That is a race.
Dan
I'll
Rico
stop
done.
all done. I'll stop
All drivers
all
are
done.
finished. The race is completed.
Travis Shreven, 22.510. A good lap to beat, or a good time to beat right there. Ricky Bozer in 2 with a 20 to 5:01. 20 to 5:07 for Tom Bristol, followed by Dan, Mike, Randy, Scott, Steven, and John.
Up next, race number 8. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
Again, marshals, 2 position, please. I know that you guys want to talk about your race. If we could just get you guys to the cones, you can talk
Less than 5.
after the next marshal. It does slow down the program a lot when you guys aren't where you're supposed to be. And drivers, track is hot, track is yours.
Scott Jackson. Corey
Yeah, Travis,
McCartney.
if you don't mind hanging out
Travis
right there. There's been
Eli
some right in
McCartney.
this area.
Jay Riggs.
Thank you.
Derek Green. Terry Yeo. Scott Dyke. Chris Painter. Dan Bell.
And we have checks on everybody. Going live with Scott Jackson. So Corey McCartney is the front car that you have to be worried about going down the back straightaway now. White base with the pink. Everyone gets on board. Everybody's starting to get their first couple of laps in. Corey McCartney to the point here, 22:06, 21:03 for Terry O. So Corey opening up on TQ pace here. Travis had a couple of issues during his run. Overall, a pretty quality run, though. Corey McCartney looking to put a quality run in himself. 22:504 now for your leader. Terry O, 21:502, 21:505 for Eli. Travis and Chris Painter in that second group as well. So Terry, Eli, Travis, and Chris all running very close on the clock. Scott Jackson, Derek Green running 6-7, and then another battle at the back. Dan Bell, Jay Riggs, Scott Dyke. Oh, and leader getting hung up. So actually, those are your top two cars getting hung up, father and son. Eli popping the disc just a little bit, got stalled out right as dad was trying to go in there too. So Corey still holding on to the number one position on a 22:09, still barely squeaking into that TQ spot. So Corey working down the back. Up the wall ride, down the wall ride, coming across the line. Nice and easy, working through the little kiddie coaster. Everybody doing a nice job of working with the leaders here. So Corey working on the back of Terry O right there. Thank you, sir. Terry, you're in that number 3 position still. Very good run and personal fast lap. So it's Corey, Chris Painter, Terry Yo, your top 3. Travis Miller, Scott Jackson rounds out your top 5, followed by Eli, Dan, Derek, Scott, and Jay. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this one. So 22:510 with a 0 is the pace for your leader. Just sliding off of that TQ pace by 4 1/1000ths of a second.
2 minutes left.
Now, Travis, I'm not telling you to interfere, but if you were to interfere, that white car with a little splash of pink is the one you need to jump in front of. So Travis overcoming a breakage, or I should say a loose nut in round number 1 to put himself squarely in position for a top 2 run here in round number 2. It's Corey picking up the pace now on a 22:08. Working down the back straightaway for your leader, coming up to the back of Derek. Thank you, sir. Corey through the kiddie coaster, makes it nice and easy through the traffic right there. Everyone working well with your leaders today. Thank you guys very much, making my job easier. So Corey on the back of Dan Bell right now, working to the skip jump. 1 minute 5 to go. New hot lap on track. Corey McCartney, 13.243, now showing 22:507. That's a couple seconds clear of that TQ now with 1 minute left to go. Leader through the roller coaster, down that back straightaway, up and down the wall ride. Chris Painter, Terry Yo, separation just 0.3 of a second, 21:511, 21:512 respectively. 20.5 flat for Travis in that number 4 spot. Scott and Eli are battling for 4 and 5 now. Dan Bell in that group as well. And Derek, Scott, and Jay. 20 seconds to go. So Terry O and Chris Painter swapping spots now. Terry to the 2. Working his way up to the roller coaster in the number 2 spot. Terry O down
Scott
the back
Jackson
straightaway.
done.
Trying to close out strong here.
Derek Green
14-4
done.
last time. Backs
Eli
it up with a
McCartney done.
14-2. Gets by for
Corey
another
McCartney
one.
done. Travis
And
Miller
keep it
done.
going, drivers. Keep it going
Scott
until she
Dyke
calls
done.
you done.
Dan Bell done. Jay Riggs done.
Terry
Terry
O,
Yeo
Chris
done.
Painter still live. Chris Painter still live. That is a
Chris
race. I'll
Painter
stop
done.
all done. Oh,
All
Chris
drivers are
sliding
finished.
right at the
The race
very
is
end. Going to
completed.
take that number 2 spot here. Good enough for 3 overall. Well done. Terry O comes home 4 overall. 3 in this heat, followed by Eli, Scott, Dan, Travis, Derek, Scott, and Jay. Corey McCartney holds on, gets stronger as the race goes on. 22.506, setting your TQ for round number 2.
Up next, race number 9. 4WD Mod Buggy by Garage Door Guys. Heat 1 of 1. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Again, Marshall's 2 position, please. Marshall's 2 position. And driver's
15
track is
seconds to
hot.
the start
Track
of the
is
race.
yours.
Marcus Ramirez. Kyle Johnson. Mikey the Beard Less
Brown.
than 5. Milky. Magic Man. Aaron Brooks.
Looking for a check on Sam Moss. Last call. Sam Moss. All right, looks like we got what we're going to get going live with Mikey Brown, less than 5. Aaron Brooks out front early on a 24-lap run, 24.512.
Four minutes left.
So Ashton Bristol going to jump out in the front now, 24.510. Aaron, 23.5 flat, 23.06 for Mikey. Brett Wilson, 22.5 flat, followed by Marcus, Kyle, and Sam.
3 minutes left.
Aaron Brooks and Mikey Brown putting on the best battle on the track. They happen to be running with each other as well. Aaron, if I could get the slightest of a stop and go, that last lap happened to be your fast lap. Go, go, go. Thank you. The timing was close. It just was a little bit too close. So Ashton, Mikey, Aaron, your top three, top two, or 2 and 3 separated by about 3/4 of a second or so.
Two minutes left.
Aaron Brooks now back up to that number 2 spot. So it's Ashton, 24.511. Aaron, a 23.504. Mikey, a long lap, puts him back to 3, 23.09. And leader going upside down just after the loop. Got a little bit of a kerfuffle happening right in front of the tabletop. Everyone getting it back together. Coming up to 1 minute left to go. Ashton Bristol, Aaron Brooks, the battle, 0.4 of a second.
1 minute left.
Ashton and Aaron separation is 1.6. 25 seconds to go. Marcus Ramirez up to 3, followed by Brett, Kyle, and Sam. Ashton throwing down 12.653 last lap. That is new hot lap by a lot. And across the line, going to keep it going. 23.5050 for Ashton. 5:05.4 is the pace now for Aaron. It's pressure on Ashton up and down that wall ride. Going to come across here. 12.890. Taking that TQ here for round number 2. That is a race. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. Ashton, Aaron, Marcus, Brett, Kyle, and Sam.
Up next, race number 10. 2WD 13.5 Stadium Truck by the Deitch family. Heat 1 of 1.
You should probably charge your car. No, it's not. No.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Is that my car that's done then? No, my car's on charge right now. You need to charge yours.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, marshals from that last race 2 position, please. Getting ready to go with race number 10, Stadium Truck.
"15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Thank you, marshals.
Less than 5. Joe Buffalino. Scott Jackson, Jay Riggs, Levi Lalone, Andrew Chong, Randy Chong, Travis Miller, Jackson Dunn, James Brown, Tyler Jones.
We have checks on all drivers. Going live with Jackson Dunn. Less than 5.
$17.5 should be coming through tech. $17.5 to tech.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, it's race number 11 and 12. Race number 11 and 12. Make your way over to the tech table, please. 30 seconds quickly into this one. Scott Jackson, Jackson Dunn, Levi Lalone, Jay Riggs, Travis Miller, James Brown, Randy Chong, all wrapped up in a battle.
Four minutes left.
So Scott Jackson working through some traffic here, trying to get down the straightaway. So Tyler Jones and Levi Lalone are your leaders at this moment. The Tyler Jones truck that you're looking for is the one with the yellow wheels in the front, the white wheels in the rear, as opposed to the fake Tyler Jones, who has yellow wheels all the way around.
Three minutes left.
2 down and 3 to go. Levi and Tyler, 9/10 of a second. So Levi putting in the work, doing well here. Up and down that wall ride for your leader. Goes across 15-1. Tyler Jones is only 70 thousandths off of him. Jones coming across with a 14.8. Going to take over that top spot. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Tyler, Levi, Scott, Joe, Jackson, Travis, Randy, Jay, James, and Andrew. Your full field rundown at halfway.
Two minutes left.
Scott Jackson and Levi Lalone. Now the battle for 2. Scott a 14.3. Levi had a 15.1. 7/10 the separation. And Tyler has checked out. He's 7 seconds up on the field with 1:30 to go. One minute remaining.
1 minute left.
Levi and Scott trading positions one more time. Scott now going to be back up to the 2 spot. 20 to 5:04. 5:07 for Levi. Joe Buffalino, a strong run in 4. Travis Miller in 5, followed by Jackson, Jay, Randy, James, and Andrew. 35 seconds to go for your leader, Tyler Jones, working down the back straightaway. Oh, Tyler getting wiped out by some traffic. As time expires on the master clock, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Jackson done. Andrew Chong done. James Brown done. Scott Jackson done. Joe Buffalino done. Randy Chong done. Tyler Jones done. Levi Lalone done. Jay Riggs done. Travis Miller done.
And that is a
All
race,
drivers
all
are finished.
stop, all done.
The race is completed.
Tyler Jones, Scott Jackson, Joe Buffalino, your top three, followed by Levi, Travis, Jackson, Jay, James, Randy, and Andrew.
Up next, race number 11. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Brian Butler. Less than
And let me
5.
get my Marshall to 1. Marshall to 1. Marshall to 1. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Stephen Day. Eli McCartney. Justin Thompson. Rio Malver. Scott Grout.
17.5 two-wheel
James
drive
Brown.
buggy heat number 1 coming up here in just a moment.
Barry Torseth. Dan Rico.
And we got
Jackson
checks on
Dunn.
everybody going live in less than 5. Brian Butler, orange and blue, first car on the clock. Everybody getting their first couple laps in. Jackson
4 minutes
Dunn
left.
on a 20 and a 5.05 is your leader. Rio a 20 and a 5.08. Justin, Eli, and Brian rounds out your lead group, followed by James, Scott, Dan, Stephen, and Barry. Oh, and your leader, unfortunately, breaking something steering related. Yeah, it won't matter at this point. Two down
3
and
minutes
3 to
left.
go. Rio takes over the top spot. 20 to 5:03, make it a 5:04. So Rio working through the back of this traffic as he goes into the infield. Through the switchbacks he goes. Does a nice job clearing most of it. Working on the back of Brian Butler now as he gets onto the straightaway. Justin Thompson is in that number 2 spot. The blue, black, and yellow.
2 minutes left.
Justin down the back straightaway. Working on the back of, it looks like Scott Grout right there, and it is. Scott having a good day here in that number 6 spot. It's Rio, Justin, James, Eli, Brian, your top 5. Scott, Steven, Dan, Jackson, and Barry rounding out your field. 1:40 to go. One minute remaining in this one. Rio setting the time to beat here in
1 minute left.
17.5. 20 and a 5:04. Rio again finding himself in an entire wad of traffic. Leader going upside down through the switchbacks. You guys in the middle may not understand, but this is IFMAR style qualifying. It's totally okay to give up 1/10 of a second now to save yourself from a marshal later. And less than 10 drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Eli McCartney done. Rio Malver done. Stephen Day done. Justin Thompson done. Jackson done. Scott Grout done. Brian Butler done. Barry Torseth done.
And looking for James and Dan to finish.
Dan Rico done. James Brown done.
That is
All
a
drivers
race.
are
I'll
finished.
stop all done. Rio
The race is
setting the time
completed.
to beat 20 to 5:09. Justin in the 2 spot, 19:02, 19:14 for James, followed by Eli, Scott, Brian, Jackson, Stephen, Dan, and Barry.
Up next, race number 12. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 2 of 2.
Second half of 17.5 coming up here now.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Looking for a couple more marshals, guys. Let's go.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
No back-to-backs. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Thank you, guys.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Corey McCartney, Derek Green, Joe Buffalino, Ricky Bobby, Scott Jackson, Mark Rodriguez. Less than 5, Dan Bell, Mike Hood, Chris Painter, Seth Bozer.
We've got checks on everybody. Going live with Seth, less than 5. Corey McCartney off to an early good start here, 22-5-10. Dan Bell, Scott Jackson, Joe Buffalino, Ricky Bozer rounding out your lead group.
"4 minutes left.
Minute 30 into this one. Pretty good separation at the top of this field. Corey McCartney 4 seconds up on Scott Jackson. Ricky Bozer into that number 3 position now, followed by Dan Bell and Joe Buffalino. Ricky, Dan, and Joe is your battle on the track. Ricky working the roller coaster. Dan at the front of that group. Ricky getting through the bypass or the escape.
3 minutes left.
Joe Buffalino with the best track out of that whole group right now, working up to the number 3 position. So Joe, with that Italian flag inspired paint scheme, red down one side, green down the other, some gray in the middle. Two minutes, 15 seconds to go. Caution after the hip jump clear. Joe Buffalino now working up to that number 2 spot. Scott Jackson falls back to 3. Battle is 2 and 3 as leader goes for a tumble. Corey McCartney getting that hip jump wrong, lands on his
2
lid.
minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. 21.505 the pace for your leader. A couple of slow laps there. Corey still on pace for the TQ here for round number 2. Working our way towards 1 minute to go. Good job, Eli.
1 minute left.
21:03 for your leader. Joe Buffalino is in that number 2 spot, 21:08. Another 4 seconds back to Scott. Another 2 back to Ricky. Everyone well separated at this point of the race. 45 seconds to go. Less than 10 drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Mike Hood done. Corey McCartney done. Seth Bozer done. Joe Buffalino done. Derek Green done. Dan Bell done. Ricky Bobby done. Scott Jackson done. Mark Rodriguez done. Chris Painter done. All drivers are finished.
That is
race
a
is
race.
completed.
All stop, all done. Corey McCartney setting your TQ, 21:503. Joe in that number 2 spot, 21:06. 21:15 for Scott, followed by Ricky, Dan, Chris, Mike, Seth, Derek, and Mark.
Up next, race number 13. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Sean Mabel. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
And driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Less
Thank
than
you,
5.
drivers, for the quick turnaround.
Derek Farmer. Rio Malver. Gavin Dyke. Levi Lalone. Roger Syme. Kyle Johnson.
And we have checks on everyone. Going live with Kyle Johnson. First half, a 2-wheel drive modified buggy on the track right now. I'm very happy to see a second full heat of 2-wheel drive buggy. Roger Syme out front in this one. No terrible surprises with that. A 13 flat hot lap.
4 minutes left.
The field pretty close, though. Derek, Kyle, Gavin, Sean, and Rio all within 2 seconds of each other right now. 4 minutes left to go. Roger Simon on a 23:03, 22:02 for Derek. Sean Maybell 22:10 by Rio, Kyle, Gavin, and Levi.
3 minutes left.
Gavin with plenty of pace, just got to settle it down, drive at 8/10 instead of 12/10. So Roger working through the roller coaster right behind Gavin right there. That is your leader. Up the wall ride, down the wall ride, in through the kiddie coaster. Thank you, Gavin. So Roger coming up onto the back of Rio, and then Kyle Johnson will be next on the chopping block here. Roger definitely with top 3 speed, just sawed the front end off of the car in round number 1. 3 down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Derek Farmer leading the second group. Sean Maybell, Rio, Kyle, Levi, and Gavin rounding out your field. $1:15 to go. Roger 23:05. It's going to be a good pace. We'll see if it holds up. One more heat of two-wheel drive modified coming up here in just a minute. Roger
1 minute
into
left.
the roller coaster, that red and blue team associated B7. And Roger last time by 12.793. That is hot lap on track. Derek Farmer 22:09 in that 2 spot. 22:13 for Maybell. Sean continuing to find pace as the day progresses. Same with Derek. Nice job by both of those guys holding up and getting through the crashing car right there. And Roger is working towards the back of these guys. Less than 10 to go. Not quite sure he'll get there. And that is time, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Kyle Johnson done. Derek Farmer done. Roger Syme done.
Maybell still live.
Mulver
Rio
done.
still live.
Levi Lalone
still
done.
live. Levi's done. Looking for Sean Maybell down that back straightaway. Over the wall ride and across the line.
Sean Maybell done.
That is a race.
All drivers are finished.
Roger Syme setting the time
The
to beat
race is completed.
23:504, 22:08 for Derek Farmer. Sean Maybell 22:511, followed by Rio, Kyle, and Levi.
Up next, race number 14. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the
All
start
right,
of the
we'll
race.
be taking a short break at the end of this one. I'm going to do a resort, and that resort will be by your fastest single run. So again, we'll do a quick resort. Once I get that resort posted, I'm going to put post 10 minutes.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
And then we will get going. And as always, we will start with race number 1. That is our novice class. So short course, what I'm going to do for
30
you
seconds
guys
to the start
is
of the race.
You'll run a second round of qualifying tomorrow during the lower mains, and then I'll slide in your guys' A main into the higher mains, and that will help you guys get some more action on
15
Sunday.
seconds to the start
and it
of the
will also
race.
help me as far as spacing out our races. All right, Marshall's looking like they're in position.
Less than 5.
Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Marcus Ramirez. Joe
Sean, I
Kinsella.
think you're good.
Aaron Brooks. Tyler Jones. Brad Borneal. Mikey the Beard Brown. Milky.
All right, work it out, work it out. Going live with Brad Borneal, less than 5. So 22.503, 23.504 is the time to beat right now. That was set by Roger Syme just a moment ago. Final race of qualifying round number 2 coming at you right now. Brad Borneal opening up with a 13.3. Ashton Bristol 12.7.
Four minutes left.
So again, it is 4:20 right now. At 4:35, we will go racing with race number 1 of round number 3. Again, 4:35 for race number 1. And I will be posting round number 3 just a couple of minutes after the conclusion of this race. 1 minute 30 into this one, 3 minutes 30 to go. Ashton Bristol 23.5 flat, 23.01 for Brad. Those two drivers on TQ pace. Mikey Brown is right there, 23.04 with a 4, 23.08 for Marcus, Tyler, Joe, and Aaron on 22-lap runs. Mikey now up to 2. That'd
3
be good
minutes
enough
left.
for 3 overall. 23.5040. 57 thousandths off of Rogers' pace. Ashton, 24 laps here. 24.512. So Ashton in the solid red, Team Associated B7, down that back straightaway he goes, working his way up to the wall ride, coming across the line, posts a 13.1 on a 24.512. 23.06 for Marcus in 2, Mikey Brown, 23.09, 23.10 for Brad, 22 for the rest of the field.
Two minutes left.
So Ashton making a mistake a couple laps ago with a 14.9, moves his pace down to a 23.503. That is still TQ pace, but only by a few tenths of a second here. Let's see if Ashton's able to bring some of that back. Now showing a 5.030, working across the line here, showing a 5.023. New hot lap on track, 12.655 out of Ashton Bristol.
1 minute left.
With 45 seconds remaining, Ashton Bristol still on that TQ pace. Brad and Marcus, not quite. 5:08 for Brad, a 5:09 for Marcus. Aaron Brooks, a 5:13. Mikey, Tyler, and Joe on a 22-lap run. So Brad picking up the pace, putting it on late in this one. Caution straightaway, go outside straightaway or very inside. Clear.
Aaron Brooks done.
And keep
Milky
it
done.
going until she calls
Brad
you back.
Borneal
Keep
done.
it going.
Tyler Jones done. Marcus Ramirez done. Mikey the Beard Brown done. Joe Kinsella done.
That is a race.
All
All
drivers are
stop, all
finished.
done.
race
Ashton
is
Bristol
completed.
setting the TQ. 23.502, 23.07 for Marcus. Brad at 23.07 with an 8, followed by Tyler, Aaron, Joe, and Mikey. All right, again, 4:35. We're going to start off with novice. Again, 4:35 for novice.
Up next, race number 1. Novice by Team Associated. Heat 1 of 1.
And heats are posted. Heats are posted. Again, 4:35. We are going racing with novice. Again, that'll be all volunteers for novice. Again, my race number 14 drivers will be back to Marshall
John
for
Dunn.
race number 2.
Sixteen four. Fifteen flat. Fifteen one. 32.8. Andrew Chong. 15 flat. (15-7). Tyler Jones. 15-3. (14-5). 17-4. Marcus Ramirez. 15 flat. 13-5. 13-9. 15-1. 21.3. 14-5. 13-6. Stephen Day. 14-6. Justin Thompson. 13-2. 13 flat. 21.9. 16-5. 13-7. 13-1. 15-9. 28.2. Levi Lalone. 31.1. 16-8. 20.1. 16-7. 19-7. 27.2. 15-4. 14-4. 16 flat. 17 flat. 15-3. 20.5. 15-1. 13-3. 14-4. 24.3. 24.7. 16-1. 13 flat. 15-6. 16-2. 14-9. John Dunn. 19-6. 16-2. 14-5. 14-2. 41 flat. 49.6. 17-4. 14-8. 13-1. 14-4. 34.9. 11-4. 18-7. 20.4. 14-9. 224.1. 17-2. 13-5. 19-2. 24 flat. 14-7. 17-2. 18-9. 24.6. 18 flat. Brielle alone. 16-6. 16-1. 21.7. 16-9. 16-4. 17-7. 31 flat. 36.2. 15-2. 30.3. 15-2. 16 flat. 13-8. 14-1. 13-9. 17-4. Aaron 52.6. 22.7. 35.6. 16-5. 26 flat. 17-1. 30.3. Rio Malver. 12-9. 41.8. 14-7. 14 flat. 22.5. 13-2. 14-3. 16-7. 14-4. 26.7. 15-1. 13-3. 15-3.
All right, novice, make your way over. Novice and volunteer marshals. Let's get this party started.
13-1.
Q3 coming up.
15-5. 13-3. 14-6.
'All right, track is closed. Volunteer marshals to the track. Volunteers, please. I would love to see new faces on the track. If you have not volunteered, I know the guy coming out here certainly has. But those that are in the tents that have not made one volunteer attempt through Q1 or Q2, this would be a fantastic time for you to do so. Because believe it or not, a little bit RC karma can go a long way. Pretty cool to have Superior RC represented at DieHard this weekend. Thanks, you guys, for making the journey. I know others would have been here 2 weeks ago, but these guys are representing. All right, let's get some dancing going now. Let's go. All right, corner over here by the wall ride. I need a corner by the wall ride. I thought Zach was going there, and then he teased me. Thank you, Zach. Hint. I think we got marshals. You guys want to keep listening to this music, or are we good? All right, we'll shut her down.
Oh, man. So now I want pizza, but also I want baked goods.
Right.
You guys had any of these baked goods? These the DieHard ladies
45 seconds to
made
the
some
start of the race.
fantastic, delicious things. I've got a sampler platter over here, and completely unbiased, I actually purchased these. You need all of them, every last one of them. Absolutely fantastic. So go see Brenda. Get over there. Get yourself some baked goods. Support the DieHard Girls program.
So the apple bars over there literally felt I had it like I had a piece of pie. Bethany, you nailed those. Those are amazing.
15 seconds.
All right, you
to
guys
start of
take
the
a
race.
warm-up lap. Let's get you checked. Go ahead and warm it up. We'll check you in. Don't break them. Spread yourselves out. Spread yourselves out.
Less than 5. Olivia Guerrero.
Do not
Scott
break
Walker.
them. We're just warming
Dalton
up.
Guerrero. Brett McCarty. Devin Slaney. Lila Odom. William Trice.
I got to say, you guys have been awesome on the volunteer situation here and just the marshaling situation today. Thank you guys. It's been a fun day. Oh, watch that truck. All right, next lap, I'm going to have you park them at the straightaway before the wall ride. Straightaway before the wall ride. No more new laps. Thank you. Appreciate you parking it there, Olivia. No more new laps. Slow on the straightaway. Slow, slow, slow. You guys drove warm-ups really well. Let's do that in the actual on-the-tone racing, okay? Perfectly done. I didn't see much marshaling. Let's do that all 5 minutes of this. So here's your order, and this is how it's going to go, and I'm going to call you by name. You already know we've done this twice. This is number 3. Dalton, Brett, Olivia, William, Scott, Lila, Devin, and Briella. Okay? That's your order. Marshals, good luck. Drivers, good luck. On the tone. It's Dalton. Brett, Olivia, William, Scott, Lila, Devin, and Briella. Solid group of novice out here today. Marshall here. Thank you.
Four minutes left.
It's Dalton Guerrero, Brett McCarty battling for that top spot. Just 7/1000ths of a second separating those. Oh, Dalton upside down. Just gets into a little situation there on the track, racing situation there, costing him a little time. Watch the center table, clear. Brett, Dalton, Olivia, Scott, William. Here comes Dalton down onto the straightaway now. Oh, he just went by, so that does keep him in the lead. 2.2, Brett McCarty is in the 2 seconds off of Dalton. Olivia, 2.4 seconds off of Brett.
3 minutes
Seems like
left.
a repeat. Oh, Olivia getting a bad racing situation there. Try to look ahead of your car. That's part of learning how to race in this class. If you can look just a little bit ahead of your car to miss some of these crashes goes a long way for finishing. The Guerrera kiddos, man, they have come so far in this program. Their car control has really come a long way. Track presence, we talk about that a lot. That includes sportsmanship. That includes patience, not crashing into each other. Dalton now leading this by 3.4. So right now, if he can just keep rubber down with 2 minutes to go, he is looking good to finish with a good TQ run here. 18-5-12.
2 minutes left.
Oh, mistakes being made out of that. I think that's brother and sister together. Oh, Olivia falls off. The marshals are there to help. Brett now. Oh, Dalton back to the lead. Scott Walker now to the 2. William to the 3. Olivia all the way down to the 4. Rough lap. So Dalton now 16 seconds out in front of Walker. William up to the 3. Brett McCarty broken, appears. McCarty, is that right? Looking for McCarty.
One minute left.
Yeah, he's falling down big time. So Scott Walker on a good run in the 2. Olivia back to the 3. William to the 4. Devin 5. Scott doesn't have many laps on the turf. Doing a fantastic job out there. Dalton, though, 18 seconds out in front of Olivia now to the 2. Scott down to the 3. So Olivia making her way to the 2. This is qual point. So you guys are finishing positions are 4 points that add up between the 3 rounds, putting you for your overall finish to grid up our main events tomorrow, Sunday. 15 seconds left. It's Dalton, Olivia, Scott, William, top 4 there. Olivia and Scott battling with just 1 second now between them on the clock. Dalton, a little bit of patience would have gone a long way there. Remember, we talk about that. Little patience keeps you clean, keeps you out front. Keep going. You're going to hear your name.
Dalton Guerrero done. Olivia Guerrero done.
Dalton with the win. Olivia, brother and sister, 1 and 2. Hands together for this novice class.
William Trice
as
done.
we finish up with
Rio
Scott
Malone
Walker
done.
in the 3.
Scott Walker done.
Oh, no,
Lila
William
Odom
on the final lap takes the 3. Scott to the 4, separated by 1.9. Looking for Devin to finish. Right here. And Devin
Slaney
in
done.
the 5.
All drivers
Briella
are
in the
finished.
6, and
The
Lila
race is
7.
completed. Up next, race number 2. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah. All
15
right,
seconds
race
to the start
14,
of the
my
race.
8th sort of 2-wheel drive modified. Back out here to Marshall, please. I see Brad with the volunteer and then being right back out here. Thank you very
Less
much.
than 5.
In case you guys didn't know, Brad Barneal's a pretty good dude. He comes out and he helps me a lot with marshalling. Was down in Portland at the beginning of spring, and my son had issues, and he loaned him electronics, and they worked great for him all weekend. Genuinely solid dude. If you need help with anything, ask Brad. Not saying he'll help everybody every time, but he'll at least try. All right, last couple of marshals, 2 position, please. I need Marshal 4, Marshal 7. Let me check who that's supposed to be here. Or I'm not going to worry about it because you guys are all there. Yeah. All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Race number 2. This is our first half of 21.5.
Brendan Bullock, Maya Dunn, Dalen Brown, Stephen Day, Michael McMorrin, Ronnie Walker, Guy Davey.
Each of you get half of that.
Scott
Each
Grout,
of you get half one of those. And take a half back for Grandpa of the other one.
I wrote down the tech classes, but I didn't write down the race numbers. So I need to know for myself so I can be there.
All right, 13.5 Wheeler and 13.5 Truck are the tech classes for this round. And we do have checks on everybody here. We're going to be going live with Dalen Brown in less than 5.
So Wheeler's 7 and 8 and 10 for Truck.
So again, 13.5 Wheeler is race 7 and 8. A 13.5 Truck is race number 10. Those are our tech classes here for round number 3. Yeah, if there's a fourth one, take the fourth one over to Grandpa.
Okay, ready?
I'm over here getting diabetes. Eating them DieHard Girls program bake sale cookies.
4 minutes left.
1 minute into this one, 4 minutes to go. So there's some butterscotch white chocolate cookies over there that are fantastic. I'm eating what tastes like a peanut butter and chocolate cookie. It's fantastic. Peanut butter cookie with a Hershey's Kiss in the center of it. Absolutely fantastic. Lemon bar was pretty delicious. You cannot go wrong. So Scott Grout out front in this one. 19.513 is his pace. Brendan, Ronnie, and Dalen rounding out your lead group. Stephen Day in 5, followed by Maya, Guy, and Michael.
Three minutes left.
Halfway done with this one. Scott Grout, 18.501, 18.516 for Dalen. Ronnie Walker, 17.05. Guy Davey, Brendan Bullock locked in a battle for 4 and 5. Maya and Steven, 6-7.
Two minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Corey McCartney, you're off the hook this round. I'm not racing this round. Three and a half down, 1.5 to go. Scott Grout and Dalen Brown still holding on to their paces, 18.505, 18.516 respectively. Scott having a decent run here
1
in
minute
Q3
left.
at the top of the board here in the second half. The first half of 21-5. Battle now going to be for 2 and 3 and 4. That's Dalen, Brendan, and Ronnie Walker now.
Scott Grout done.
Keep it going until she calls you done, drivers.
Dalen Brown done.
Everyone will be done when they cross the line.
Ronnie Walker done. Guy Davey done. Michael McMorrin done. Maya Dunn done. Stephen Day done. Brendan Bullock done. All drivers are finished.
That
The
is the
race is
race. All
completed.
stop, all done. Scott Grout setting the time to beat early. 18.503. Dalen Brown, 18.514.5. Brendan Bullock, 18.515 with a 4. 18.515.9 for Ronnie Walker, followed by Guy, Michael, Stephen, and Maya.
Up next, race number 3.
Drivers park cars,
21.52
get right back
WDW
out
by
here to
Brenda Wilson
Marshall.
at Health Markets.
The
Heat 2 of
second
2.
half of 21.5 is up now.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
And I need my marshal out to 7. In Marshall's 2 position, please. Marshall's 2 position.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Less than 5. Travis Miller. Derek Green. Anya Dyke. Mark Rodriguez. Aaron McMorrin. Chris Painter. Andrew Chong. Randy Chong.
Everybody looking good. Going live. Less than 5. Derek Green, Travis Miller, your first 2. Aaron McMorrin. Did you break, Anya? No throttle? You should have said something. I'd have let you restart. So Anya, unfortunately, going to have to come from the B main tomorrow, even with a TQ run. So Derek Green out front, 20 and a 5:10.
4 minutes left.
Marshall. Minute 30 into this one, 3:30 left to go. Andrew Chong, 20 and a 5:04.
Three minutes left.
Anya, have somebody reboot your car and try and get out there for a couple laps and see if it does it again. I need to know what's going on with it. If you want me to fix it, I need to know what's going on with it. 2 minutes, 20 seconds down, 2:40 to go. And it lost throttle again. Just pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Three down and 2 to go, drivers. 3 down and 2 to go. Andrew, Derek, Travis, your
minutes
top
left.
3. Chris Painter running 4, followed by Mark, Aaron, and Randy. Caution in the middle. Clear. One minute left to go. Andrew, Derek, Travis, your top
1 minute
3.
left.
19 flat for Andrew. That is TQ pace right now. .25 seconds. Derek, you need to check your transponder. That's another missed lap. I got it, though. Andrew, Derek, Travis still top 3. Andrew back onto a 20-lap run. 20 to 5:15 now. Andrew across the line. 25:15. As time expires, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Derek Green done. Travis Miller done. Mark Rodriguez done. Aaron McMorran done. Randy Chong done. Chris Painter done. Andrew Chong done.
And that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race
Andrew
is
Chong,
completed.
20 to 5:14. Followed by Derek, Travis, Chris, Randy, Mark, and Aaron.
Up next, race number 4. Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Gilpin Construction. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. .45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Davis. 30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Marshals to position, please. Marshals to position. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Terry Yeo. Kyle Johnson. Dan Bell. Cupcake.
Brett Wilson, Justin Thompson. Brett Wilson, Justin Thompson. All right, looks like we are going. Loop is live, less than 5. Yep. Yeah. Marshall on 1, Steven. You don't face into the track. Face into Steven, face into the track. There you go. Coming up to 1 minute down, Kyle Johnson out front, 21 flat, 21:09 for Dan Bell.
4 minutes left. Three minutes left.
Just over halfway, 2:15 to go. Dan Bell, Kyle Johnson is your battle for the lead. Brett Wilson in 3, followed by Scott Davis, Terry Yo, Tom Bristol, Justin Thompson. Dan on a 21.503, 5:06 for Kyle.
2 minutes left. One minute left.
$35 seconds to go. Battle is top 3. Kyle, Dan, and Brett. Kyle on a 21.03, 21.05 for Dan, 21.08 for Brett, Terry, Tom, Scott, and Justin rounding out your field.
Kyle Johnson done. Terry Yeo done. Magic Man done. Cupcake done. Scott Davis done. Dan Bell done.
One more to finish. Justin Thompson to finish.
Justin
That's a
Thompson
race.
done.
All stop, all done.
All drivers are finished.
Kyle Johnson,
The race is
21.02,
completed.
takes the win. Brett Wilson, 05. 08 for Dan, followed by Terry, Tom, Scott, and Justin. Second
Up
half
next,
of 40
race
plus
number
coming up
5.
next.
Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Gilpin Construction. Heat 2 of 2.
Hey, bud. If you would have given me 10 seconds, I'd have been in position to actually start your race.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Just look through there and you can see your racers coming up the stairs.
I'm sorry, we waited 3 minutes and 40 seconds after the start of the race before I even started it.
You did.
I did. Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I did
yeah.
not hear that.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Like I called
45 seconds to the start of the
I
race.
was busy dealing with shit.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you weren't there.
$30 to the start of the race. $15 to the start of the race. Less
Sean
than
Mabel.
5. Derek Farmer.
Then you can take the one out of either of my oval cars. No, we haven't. We haven't. That's why both of my oval cars still have All right, let's go ahead and get you guys checked in.
Aaron
Track is hot.
Brooks.
Track is yours.
Roger Syme. Joe Kinsella. Brad Borneal.
And we got checks on everybody. Going live with Aaron Brooks, less than 5. After the first couple of laps, it is Brad Borneal out front on a 23.502 pace. Aaron, Derek, Sean, Joe, and Roger rounding out the field.
Four minutes left.
Fast group here, 2303, 2308, 2313. That's Brad, Aaron, and Derek. Derek Farmer chipping away at it every single run, getting a little bit faster. Don't count him out for a podium this weekend. As he works his way, he's following right in the tire tracks of Brad Borneal. Those two drivers working to the roller coaster now.
Three minutes left.
Brad Borneal still your leader. Aaron Brooks now into that number 2 position. Aaron working through the switchbacks. Over to the roller coaster. So Aaron, 0.7 of a second back from Brad right now. Derek Farmer, Roger Syme, Sean Maybell locked in a battle for 3, 4, and 5. So Roger Syme has hot lap on track of a 12.696.
2 minutes left.
Brad not far back, a 12.797. Aaron, a 12.947. Inside of 2 minutes to go now. Brad, Aaron, Roger, Sean, Derek, Joe, your running order here. A minute 40 to go. So Derek with a small mistake right there. 15-1 that time by. Slides back 1. So Sean Maybell now up to 4. Brad and Aaron separation is 2.7. Roger 2.8 back from Aaron right here. A minute 10 to go. So Roger definitely has the speed, made a mistake on lap number 1. Digging hard, trying to get back into the thick of it here. 4 minutes down, 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
Brad on a 23.02. Coming across the line, a 13 flat. Aaron had a 12.9. Roger a 12.8. With 30 seconds to go, we have 3 drivers under 12 or under 13 seconds for fast lap. Derek Farmer right there with a 13 flat. Oh, and Aaron and Derek get tangled. Nobody's fault. That's just kind of how it is sometimes. Aaron gets a quick marshal. Only loses about 3/4 of a second. Less than 5 to go in this one. Finish strong, drivers.
Derek Farmer done. Brad Borneal done. Aaron Brooks done. Roger Syme done. Sean Mabel done.
And Joe coming across gets a good
Joe
run here,
Kinsella done.
22.511,
All
and that
drivers
was
are
the
finished.
slowest car in the heat.
The
That's
race
not
is
even
completed.
slow. That's a good run. Brad, Roger, Aaron, your top 3. Sean, Derek, and Joe rounding out your field. 55 plus coming up next.
Up next, race number 6.
And I'm going to need a
Senior
volunteer
buggy
to cover
55 plus white glove home improvement.
bucket
Heat 1
number
of
2.
1.
Volunteer to number 2, please.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. John done. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less
Mike
than
Hood.
5. Brian Butler. Barry Torseth.
Again, let's get my marshals to position, please. 5, 6, 7, 3, 2. 5, 6, 7, 3, 2. 5, 6, 7, 3,
Guy
2.
Davey.
And I need Marshall on 3, please. Marshall on 3. And 7. Come on, guys. You guys know better than this. You're supposed to marshal immediately following your race. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Scott Dyke.
Caution at the end of the straightaway. Go inside, inside, inside. Clear. And we're going live with Scott less than 5. Mike Hood out front early in this one. John, Guy, and Scott all there too. 3 seconds
4
separating
minutes
your
left.
top 4 now. Caution in the middle. Caution in the middle. Scott Dyke taking his turn at the lead. Mike Dunn in that number 2 spot. Mike Hood in that 2 spot. I keep seeing them and getting them crossed up. So it's Mike Hood now to the point. 14-8 that time by Guy, John, and Scott rounding out your top 4 again. 4.5 seconds separating your top 4. 2 down and 3 to go. Just one mistake separating your top 4. Barry and
3
Brian
minutes
rounding out
left.
the field. John Dunn now on a 19.506 in the number 1 position. Scott Dyke 1909 and 2. Mike Hood 1911 and 3.
Two minutes left.
With 2 minutes to go, Scott back to the point. 19.507 now. So your top 3 or 4 drivers pretty evenly matched. Everyone running mild modified motors, it looks like. One minute, 10 seconds left in this one. Battles for 1 and 2. Mike Hood just 1 second back from Scott. Now going to take over that top position. So Mike Hood on a 19.504.3. Scott a 5.044.
1 minute left.
Scott now back to the point. 19.03. Both Mike and Scott going faster. 19.026 for both of those drivers. Mike Red this time by, though. Oh, and then crashes right after the start-finish line. 30 seconds to go. So Scott out front by 3.5 now. 20 seconds.
Scott Dyke done.
And Scott going to take
Brian
the
Butler
TQ
done.
for round number 3, and I believe the TQ overall goes
Barry Torseth done.
19.501. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Mike, John, and Guy still live.
Mike Hood done. John Dunn done. Guy Davey done.
That is a race. I'll stop
All
all done.
drivers are
I'll stop
finished.
all
The
done.
race is completed.
13.5 four-wheel coming up next. First half of 13.5 four-wheel. Going to need a couple of volunteers to help me out with this one.
Up next, race number 7. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
So get a couple of volunteers to help me out with this one. That would be very much appreciated. I got a couple of drivers that are back to back.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Still need two more marshals. Two more marshals. One more marshal to 5. One more marshal to 5. And race number 8, you guys should be going through tech right now. Race number 8. Thank you, Roger. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Mike Hood. John Dunn. Derek Green. Scott Dyke.
And the last couple of guys are getting through tech right now. You guys will be a little quicker through tech
Cupcake.
for the mains tomorrow. Guys, go ahead and hold up for just a minute. Let's get the last couple of guys out of tech before we run your batteries all the way down. Stephen Day. Stephen Day. Let's see the car out there now. Cool. And Dan Rico. Do we have a Dan Rico yet?
Stephen Day.
All right, go ahead and get them rolling, guys.
Scott Grout. Dan Rico.
There we go. We
Randy
got
Chong.
checks on all drivers. Going live with Mike Hood, less than 5. Guy Davey, put him on this side of the loop. Put him on this side of the loop so he can score. False start, false start. All right, get him rolling, guys. Dan kind of got screwed right there by a lot. Keep going. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, loop is live in less than 5. Mike Hood, the first car on the clock, that bright yellow Team Associated ride. Don't mind me. I'm just in here combating wasps.
4 minutes left.
1 minute in, 4 minutes to go. Tom Bristol showing the way. 21.502 right now for your leader. Derek Green going to take his turn at the point, looking for that red and blue car. Up and down the wall ride he goes. Coming across the line here in that number 1 position, 20.501. Tom Bristol into the number 2 spot, 20.504. 19 flat for John Dunn, 509 for Scott Dyke in that 4 spot. Mike Hood running 5, followed by Dan, Steven, and Randy.
3 minutes left.
Coming up to halfway home. Battle out front, Derek Green, Tom Bristol. Battle 4-5, Scott Dyke and Mike Hood. Caution in the switchbacks.
2 minutes left.
Derek getting a piece of that right there. He's got a 6-second lead over the field. One minute and 20 seconds left to go. Your top 3. Dan Rico has a long lap there. I believe that's when he got caught on the hip jump. Caution wall ride.
1 minute left.
Clear. With 30 seconds to go, Derek Green has a pretty sizable lead, 12.5 seconds over the field. Tom Bristol in the 2. Everyone pretty well spaced out here. 7 seconds or more separating the field, with the exception of John Dunn and Mike Hood.
Mike Hood done. Stephen Day done. Derek Green done. Dan Rico done. Scott Dyke done. Cupcake done.
And one more to finish.
John Dunn done.
That is a race.
All drivers
Derek
are finished.
Green going to take the win.
race is
Set the
completed.
early TQ 20 and a 5:01. Tom Bristol 20 and a 5:14. 19:05 for Scott Dyke in 3, followed by John, Mike, Steven, Randy, Dan, and Scott Grout.
Up next, race number 8. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Travis Shriven. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
And driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Second half of 13.5 four-wheel drive coming
Scott
up
Jackson.
here in
Jay
just
Riggs.
a moment.
Chris Painter. Eli McCartney. Travis Miller. Terry Yeo. Ricky Bobby. Dan Bell.
And we have checks on everybody. Corey McCartney sitting this one out. He's got a 0 and a 0. And we're going to be going live with Travis Shreven. He's working his way through the roller coaster now, less than 5. Loop is live. Loop is live. Do not get passed by that white, blue, and orange car. And everybody made it on the clock. Just barely, but we're all there. Terry Yeo showing one
4
right
minutes
now. I
left.
believe we have a minimum lap time violation here. As I thought, yep. So Travis Shrevin going to be in the lead here, 23:06. Travis, Terry, Scott, Dan, Jay, Ricky, and Eli all in the thick of it. That's all the way down to 8th place. Coming up to 2 down and 3 to go. Travis pulling away, now 6.5 seconds in the lead. Terry O, Dan
left.
Bell, Scott Jackson, your battle for 2, 3, and 4. Terry posting a 14 flat, backs it with a 14-2. Dan Bell a 14-6, a 14-4 out of Scott Jackson. Jay Riggs and Eli McCartney doing battle with Travis Miller. That's positions 5, 6, and 7. And Ricky and Chris rounding out your field as we approach halfway. Dan Bell, Scott Jackson, Terry Yo trading positions every lap. Right about 1 second the separation for each of those drivers. Thank you, Eli. Going stuck in the middle, stuck in the middle. Oh, he's stuck underneath the track.
Two minutes left.
Three down and 2 to go, drivers. 3 down and 2 to go. Working our way now to 1 minute and 30. Travis is out front by 9.3. So Peeler with clear track. Dan Bell is in that number 2 spot. How's Dan looking? Dan with clear track as well. Scott Jackson in that number 3 spot, right behind Dan Bell and Travis. So 1, 2, and 3 running all together. 1, 2, 3, 4 all together. Travis Miller in that group as well. One minute to go, drivers.
Left.
Everyone reasonably secure in their position at this point. Travis Miller and Terry Yo, the best battle on track. The gap is 1 second with 15 seconds left to go. Keep it going, drivers.
Travis
Keep it
Shrevin
going.
done. Dan Bell done.
And Travis Shrevin throwing it down the hot lap of the race
Scott
on
Jackson
his final
done.
lap, 12.859.
Terry Yo done. Ricky Bobby done. Travis Miller done. Jay Riggs
And
done.
Eli and Chris to finish. That is a race. All
McCartney
stop,
done.
all done. Travis
Chris Painter
Shrevin, your
done.
TQ for round number
All
3,
drivers are finished.
22.503.
The race is completed.
21 flat for Dan Bell. Scott Jackson, 21.08. 20 laps for Terry, Travis, Jay, and Ricky. 19 for Chris and Eli.
Up next, race
number 9.
4WD Mod Buggy by Garage Door Guys.
So again,
Heat
race
1
number
of
10, 13.5 Stadium Truck should be in tech right now. 13.5 Stadium Truck should be in tech. We have race number 9 getting ready to hit the track. 4-wheel drive modified.
One minute to the start of the race. Aaron Brooks. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Good push towards the end, Terry. You picked up 2 spots in the last minute. Yeah, nice job. Marshall
Mikey
over
the
to
Beard
5,
Brown.
and we'll get rolling.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Ricky's headed that way. Do we have a Marshall going to 4? Marshall to 4. Marshall to 4.
15 seconds to the start of the
I
race.
had 10. There we go. Thank you, Chris. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. 4-wheel drive modified. Hitting the track right
Less
now.
than 5. Marcus Ramirez. Magic Man. Kyle Johnson.
Yeah, Jay, you're good. You're good. Go ahead and just get lined up for a truck. You volunteered a few times to help me out today. Appreciate it.
Slammin' Sammy.
All right, we got checks on all drivers. Loop is live with Aaron Brooks, less than 5. Everyone comfortably making it onto the clock. So again, Stadium Truck, if you're not through tech yet, you're wrong. Find your way over to tech. So 4-wheel drive modified race number 9 of 14 for the round is on track right now. Ashton Bristol with a 24.06 is your leader. Mikey Brown on a 24.11. Aaron Brooks 24.12. If you guys want to experience some peak conditions on the oval track this evening, will be the time. The dew comes up right as the sun starts to go down.
4
Should be
minutes
about
left.
7:30 or so. When that starts to happen, that grip will come up. It'll be amazing. Check out those SR10 loaner cars, sponsored by Team Associated. Go turn some laps, do some figure 8 racing as well. Minute 15, 3:45 to go. Ashton Bristol, Aaron Brooks, Marcus Ramirez, Mikey Brown. Pick your order. That's your top 4. So again, top 4 separated by just, well, they're now 6 seconds apart. They were last time by just 3.5. Ashton Bristol digging, finding some speed as he works his way through. Oh, no, and finds his way upside down. So leader goes upside down. Ricky doing what he can to get there. One more, Ricky, right in the middle, right in the middle. Thanks, Travis. Good job covering down,
3
guys.
minutes
Good
left.
job. 2 down and 3 to go. Marcus Ramirez, now your leader. So Ashton with another mistake, going to lose another position here. It's going to be Aaron Brooks up to 2. Ashton falls to 3. Mikey Brown 4. Battle on the track is 1 and 2, 3 and 4 as well. So Marcus and Aaron, Ashton and Mikey, followed by Brett, Kyle, and Sam just over halfway. 4-wheel drive modified is a whole lot of car to handle. These guys doing a great job of it here. Marcus and Aaron, separation is just 0.5 of a second. 12.7 last time out of Aaron Brooks. Hot lap is 12.4. I saw Marcus getting it wrong in the kitty coaster. We're going to have to see what happens. That may produce a new leader. Coming to the line here, it's Marcus Ramirez showing a 15.4. Move Aaron Brooks to the point. Aaron crosses. 12.7. Battle now is going to be for 2 and 3. Marcus Ramirez, Ashton Bristol for 2 and 3. Mikey holding steady in 4, followed by Brett, Kyle, and Sam. 1:45 to go. So Aaron with a 3-second advantage on the field right now. Make it 2.6. And Ashton Bristol going to turn that frustration into motivation. 12.382 that last time by. Moving now just 1.3 seconds back from Aaron Brooks. Aaron, Ashton, and Marcus, separation just 2.7 across the three of them. 1:15 to go. Mikey Brown, a personal best right there, 12.805. 1 minute remaining, drivers. Leader crosses 13 flat.
1 minute left.
Ashton coming across the line in the number 3 spot, 13.4. Marcus across 13.7. Top 3 separated by 4.2. Battle is 2 and 3, 49 thousandths. 45 seconds to go. Ashton across again, going to be at 12.5. Takes over that number 2 spot. Looking for Marcus there at 12.9. Battle still 2 and 3. They're 3.5 back from Aaron Brooks with 35 seconds to go. Ashton chucking it into that wall ride. Bumps be damned. He's going full tilt boogie. Here he is coming into the roller coaster. Oh, oversends on the hip jump. That gives Marcus a little bit of a chance here. So Marcus has it at 12.8 that last time by. This time is a 13.4 out of Ashton. Looking for Marcus at the wall ride. Marcus coming across here. Going to have a slow lap of 17.6. So Ashton gets to breathe. Mikey up to 3. 3, 2, 1. Driver's at his time. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Aaron Brooks done.
Aaron Brooks setting the TQ here for round number 3, 23.5029.
Kyle Johnson done. Milky done. Slammin' Sammy done.
Aaron Brooks defying his head of gray hair, throwing down some hot laps
Magic
towards
Man
the
done.
end.
Mikey the Beard Brown done.
23.502, going
All
to take that
drivers are
TQ
finished.
for round number 3. Ashton
race is
Bristol,
completed.
23.507. 5:10 for Mikey Brown. 22 laps for Marcus and Brett. 21 for Sam and Kyle. Kyle and Sam. That is a race. Drivers, park your cars. Get right back out there to Marshall. Looking for race number 10. Stadium Truck. Coming up next.
Up next, race number 10. 2WD 13.5 Stadium Truck by the Deitch family. Heat 1 of 1. One minute to the start of the race.
All right, Marshall's 2 position, please. Way to represent for the old guys, Aaron.
45
Nice job.
seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Joe Buffalino. Scott Jackson. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Tyler Jones. Travis Miller. James Brown. Levi Lalone. Andrew Chong. Less than Jay
5.
Riggs. Randy
Caution
Chong.
straight away, go inside, inside, inside. Clear.
Jackson done.
We have checks on everybody. Going live with Tyler Jones in less than, never mind. How about Scott Jackson, less than 5? Blue and green team associated ride is your pace setter. That is Scott Jackson. Top 4 separated by 2.9. That's Tyler, Joe, Jackson, and Scott. That's a better spot for it.
4 minutes left.
2 down and 3 to go. 2 down and 3 to go.
Three minutes left.
Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Tyler Jones, Joe Buffalino, your top two, separated by 3.5. Levi Lalone and Scott Jackson is your best battle on track. Scott running 3, running 4 right now. Working his way through the skip jump, around through the switchbacks, up and over that tabletop, and through the roller coaster he goes.
Two minutes left.
So 3.5 down, 1.5 to go. Tyler Jones, Joe Buffalino, your 1-2. Scott Jackson, Levi Lalone, best battle on track, 9/10 of a second. Jackson Dunn runs 5, followed by Jay Riggs, Travis Miller, James Brown, Andrew Chong, Randy Chong. 1:10 now left to go. So Levi with a mistake right there. That's going to give Scott Jackson a little bit of breathing room.
Left.
As he now is 3.5 seconds back from Joe, showing 2.1, going to be about 4 seconds ahead of Levi now. One 5 seconds remaining for Tyler Jones. 21:01 is his pace. Everyone down to Jay Riggs, Andrew Chong, James Brown, pretty secure in their position. As time expires on the master clock, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Tyler Jones done. Jay Riggs done. Andrew Chong done. James Brown done. Travis Miller done. Levi Lalone done. Scott Jackson done. Jackson Dunn done. Randy Chong done. Joe Buffalino done. All drivers are
finished.
finished.
That is a race. Scott
The
Jackson getting that second position at the last second. Tyler Jones takes the win in the TQ. 21:503. Scott at 21:514. 5:15 for Joe, followed by Levi, Jackson, Travis, Andrew, Jay, James, and Randy.
Up next, race number 11. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Dan Rico, Mike Hood, Stephen Day, Eli McCartney. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Mark Rodriguez. James Brown. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Barry Torseth. Less than 5. Scott Grout.
All right, looking for my drivers to check them in. Go ahead, track is hot, track is yours.
Jackson Dunn.
And we'll get a check on Brian Butler right quick. Again, race number 12 is up next. That's the other half of 17.5. As soon as we get a check on Brian Butler, we'll go racing. All right, guys. We have
Brian Butler.
everybody. Drivers, get them rolling, get them rolling. Loop is live, less than 5. Mike Hood out front, throwing me off with a black wing today.
Four minutes left.
So first half of 17.5 is on the track right now. Eli McCartney on a 21.504. Working that X-ray ride. So the battle right now is for 2. That's Barry, Mike, Dan, and Jackson. And Eli working on the back of Barry right now, working up
3
the
minutes
wall
left.
ride, coming across the line. Eli posting a 21.513 right now. I think a low 22 was TQ, but he's looking for an A main start, trying to work through traffic. There he goes. Oh, and leader getting absolutely obliterated on the wall ride. Again, pink with the teal is your leader. He's having a rough time with the traffic in this run. 3 down and 2 to go.
2 minutes left.
Again, I don't know how many times I have to say it. The pink car with the teal is leader. Well, not anymore. Jackson Dunn now taking over that top spot. So Jackson and Eli running 1-2. Work together, guys. Work together. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
One minute left.
Inside of 1 minute to go. Jackson Dunn out front by 6. Eli and Mike, your battle for 2 and 3. Less than 10 drivers. Keep it going. Jackson Dunn on a 20-lap pace, looking for that TQ in the first half of 17.5. Everybody trying to finish strong. As time expires, drivers, keep it going until she calls you done.
Mike Hood done. Eli McCartney done. Jackson Dunn done. Dan Rico done. James Brown done. Barry Torseth done. Mark Rodriguez done. Stephen Day done. Scott Grout done.
One more, looking for Brian Butler to finish. Brian Butler to finish. And that is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
The race is completed.
Jackson Dunn setting the TQ so far, 19 flat, 1904 for Mike Hood, Eli 06, 13 for Scott, followed by James, Barry, Mark, Dan, Stephen, and Brian.
Up next, race number 12. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Eli, good job keeping your head in it and finishing
30
strong.
seconds to the start of the race.
A couple of laps where the traffic was not very good to you, but you did a good job digging. Nice job, buddy. All right, need Marshall to 5. I had plenty of you.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Marshall to 5. And track is hot. Track is yours. A sort of
Justin Thompson,
17.5 two-wheel drive
Rio Mulder,
buggy coming up
Corey
right
McCartney,
now.
Scott Jackson, Joe Buffalino, Dan Bell, Ricky Bobby, Chris Painter, Seth Bozer, Derek Green.
Get rolling. That's not a very good parking spot. Going live with Ricky, less than 5. that swapped out, and then immediately after you'll be able to get a practice run in, okay? No, we're going to change the ESC. Because your car is dialed. The other cars are not set up for this.
4 minutes left.
1 down and 4 to go. Dan Bell, 21:05 in that number 1 position. Corey McCartney, 21:11. Leader on the wall ride, working across the loop. 13:08 that time by. That is hot lap on track. Jackson.
Three minutes left.
You were fine. Barry was just stuck looking, or Brian was just stuck at traffic. Barry, not Brian. Well, you guys got to both wear bucket hats. All right, 2.5 into this one, 2.5 to go. Corey McCartney has regained that top position, now on a 21:5:02. Dan Bell all the way down to Ricky Bozer in that number 7 position, all locked in a battle. That's Dan, Rio, Scott, Joe, Ricky, Chris now locked in a battle for that number 4 now. As Dan Bell and Rio Mulver have separated themselves by about 3.5 over Joe Buffalino. A lot of drivers struggling with the dot after the start-finish line.
2 minutes left.
That dot hasn't moved much all day. Jackson, after this race, if you could retape that, that'd be awesome. Coming up to 1:30 left to go. Battle is Dan Bell, Rio Mulver. That's 1 second separation for 2 and 3. Rio getting fast this summer in that green and gray car. Dan Bell right behind him. So Dan Bell, Rio Mulver, that's your 2 and 3. They're running together on the track. As your leader
1
works
minute
through some
left.
traffic. Everyone working together with Corey here. Nice job. 4 down, 1 to go. So Dan and Rio still 1.3 second separation. On Rio clips the pipe. Dan winds up hooking his wing. And less than 10 drivers, less than 10. Well, Joe Buffalino going to slide into that number 3 position here as time is about to expire. Rio with a very long lap, loses 7
Seth
seconds
Bozer
that
done.
last time by.
Rio Mulver done. Ricky Bobby done. Derek Green done. Justin Thompson done. Scott Jackson done. Dan Bell done. Chris Painter done.
And drivers, just a friendly reminder, please stay in position on the stand until we get all clear. We're still not clear. Corey and Joe have not finished yet.
The race is completed.
So Corey still going to wind up setting the TQ. Everyone, it didn't affect the order at all, but you got to pay attention. You don't want to stop until it says all stop, all done. So Corey McCartney, 21.459 takes your TQ. 21.505 for Dan Bell. 20.454 for Joe Buffalino, followed by Rio, Scott, Derek, Ricky, Justin, Seth, and Chris. First heat
Up
of
next,
two-wheel
race
mod
number
coming
13.
up next.
2WD
Guys,
modified buggy
track
by
is
Wild Events.
closed.
Heat 1 of 2.
There should not be any cars moving.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Marshall's two position, Marshall's two position. And track is hot, track is yours, drivers.
Less than 5. Gavin Dyke. Sean Mabel. Joe Kinsella. Kyle
First heat of
Johnson.
two-wheel drive modified is up and on the track right now.
Rio Malver. Derek Farmer. Levi Lalone.
And we'll be going live with Derek Farmer as he works his way. Oh, never mind. Get going, get going. Live with Rio Mulver. Less than 5. Caution in the switchbacks. Early in this one, Derek Farmer on a 22-lap pace in that number 1 position. Gavin on a 21.04 and 2. Joe, Kyle, Rio, Sean, Levi, your running order after 50 seconds.
"4 minutes left.
That bump, the ripple at the end of the straightaway, giving some drivers a tough time. Got to find your way inside or outside of that ripple. So Derek's still in that number 1 position. Thank you, Gavin.
3 minutes left.
Joe, Rio, Gavin, Sean, Kyle, Levi, your running order. Derek still on a 22.02. Joe Kinsella on a 22.08. Rio at 21.08.
2 minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Derek Farmer looking for 23. He's at 22:01 right now. Coming up to 1 minute left to go. 1 minute to go, drivers. Caution in the kitty coaster.
1 minute left.
Clear. Oh, Rio losing a tire. One 5 seconds left to go. Derek and Joe having good runs here. Derek on a 23 or 22 flat, looking for 23.
Derek Farmer done. Rio Malver done.
Derek gonna get
Gavin
caught
Dyke
at
done.
22:01. Still a very good run.
Levi Lalone done. Sean Mabel done. Kyle Johnson done. Joe Kinsella done. All
That
drivers
is
are
a
finished.
race. I'll stop
The
all
race is
done.
completed.
I'll stop all done. We'll get race number 14, second and final heat of two-wheel drive modified. We'll be up here in just a moment.
Up next, race number 14. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. Mikey the Beard Brown. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, last marshals to position, please. I had 7 drivers. I have 7
30
cones.
seconds to the start of
I
the
should have
race.
0 open spots. We've got 1 duplicate. I need 1 extra marshal. 1 extra marshal.
15
Gavin can't
seconds
be in 2
to the
places
start
at
of the
once.
race. Less than 5.
There we go. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Aaron Brooks. Tyler Jones. Roger Syme. Marcus Ramirez. Brad Borneal. Milky.
And we've got checks on all drivers looking for that spacing. Going live with Aaron Brooks, less than 5. Everyone on the clock, no problem. So Marcus Ramirez had a hot lap on lap number 3 that brought him
left.
to 1. Going to slide to 2 now as Roger Syme throws down a 13 flat into the number 1 position. Marcus back to 2, Brad 3, Mikey 4, followed by Aaron, Ashton, and Tyler. Coming up to 2 down and 3 to go.
Three minutes left.
Roger Syme throws down a 12.751 to hold on to that lead just barely. Brad Borneal, Mikey Brown, Marcus Ramirez all want a piece of it. Top 4 separated by just 3.5 seconds. So Mikey Brown breathing a little bit of fresh air into the two-wheel drive scene today. He's got a PR. That was a PRS1 V4 is what he's got on track right now. Got the V5 coming his way, or well, they renamed the car, but the next generation of that car is on its way. He's sitting there in that number 3 position with the old car and looking pretty darn good. Roger, Brad, Mikey, your top 3. Marcus Ramirez sliding back a couple seconds in 4, followed by Ashton, Aaron, and Tyler.
Two minutes left.
Top 3 now separated by 1.2 seconds. Brad Borneal throwing down a 12.9. Had the fastest lap of the top 3 that time by. 13.2, 13.1, 13.6 your top 3. So Roger currently in the lead by 3/10 as he works his way to the skip jump. Brad coming across now 1.2 back as he had a 14 flat. A minute 25 now to go. Brad coming across to 13.3. Roger had a 12.8, extending that lead now to 1.7. 2 and 3 is up for grabs, though. So Brad and Mikey is your battle now. So Brad coming across here, 13.1. Mikey had a 13.1, going to be red this time.
1 minute left.
He goes 13.2, just barely red. 0.5 seconds the gap from 2 to 3. Ashton, Marcus, Aaron, Tyler still rounding out your field. Battle still 2 and 3. Mikey Brown, 12.798. That is his personal best. Ashton Bristol, 12.515, his best that time. Battle still 2 and 3, 1/10 of a second the separation with 35 seconds to go. Mikey Brown in that PR car working his way into the roller coaster. Down the back straightaway he goes, up and down the wall right. Oh, nice line on the wall ride. Comes across 13 flat. Brad had a 13 flat. Top three still 1.8 seconds the separation. 10/1000ths of a second the separation from 2 to 3. Mikey coming across here, 13.3. Brad had a 13.1. Gap is now 2/10. As time expires on the master clock, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Aaron Brooks done.
And Mikey
Tyler
Brown
Jones done.
showing 2 right
Roger
at
Saab
this
done.
moment. We will
Milky
check him
done.
at the line. Keep him
Brad
going,
Borneal
keep him going.
Mikey the Beard Brown done.
Mikey going to hold on to the 3
Marcus
spot
Ramirez
here.
done.
Brad gets a little
All
bit better
drivers are
last
finished.
lap.
The race is completed.
Good run right there. Roger Syme, 23:02 with a 1. 23:03 with a 9 for Brad. Mikey at 23:04. 23:15 for Marcus. 22 laps for Ashton. And Aaron, 21 for Tyler. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. I'll get practice turned on. And again, some figure 8 racing over at the oval track will be going on here shortly, as well as I believe the SR10M loaner cars will be available for running. Mikey Carlick, awesome, man. Good job.
All right, tonight's fun is we're gonna open up the dirt track for some laps on the dirt track. Oval track, as Brandon just said, and we'll go ahead and turn the lights on the turf as well. Dew point probably going to set in around 7:30 or 8 o'clock for the turf, so enjoy yourselves, get some laps in, and have a good night. And also, house power
Marcus
will be shut
Ramirez.
off approximately 10 o'clock.
Mikey the Beard Brown. Gavin Dyke. $20.8. 13.6. 14.1. 12.8. 13.6. 13.4. 22.3. 13.6. 12.9. 14.2. 13.3. 12.9. Kyle Johnson. 13.9. 13.1. 12.7. 14.1. 14.3. 15.7. 13.1. 14.2. 16.5. 13.6. 15 flat. 13.8. 14.2. 32.9. 23.4. 14.4. 13.9. 152.2. 14.3. 15.9. 13.9. 14 flat. Brendan Bullock. 13-3. 14-5. 17 flat. 16-3. 20.4. 59.6. 13-8. 13-9. 14-1. Terry Yeo. 13-8. 14-4. 14 flat. 24.6. Up next, race
Tyler
number
Jones.
1. Novice by Team Associated. A1 main. 14-3. 53.9. 22.6. 14-8. 15-7. 14 flat.
Milky.
14-3. 105.5. 14-5. 13 flat. 19-8. 15-1. 15-9. 12-7. 14-6. 14 flat. 21.6. 12-7. 14-2. 13-8. 14-3. 13 flat. 38.3. 14-2. 16-7. 12-8. 18-1. 16-7. 14 flat. 13-1. 14-5. 18 flat. 15 flat. 13 flat. 14-7. 14-2. 150.9. 13-7. 15-2. 12-6. 14-4. 14-2. 13-3. 13-6. 12-3. 17-5. 15 flat. 15 flat. 12-5. 16-3. 12-3. 14-9. 37 flat. 1-0.2. 15-8. 13-1. 14-5. 116.4. 13-3.
John Dunn.
14-7. 13-6. 18-7. 21.6. 13-8. Up next, race number 1. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. C main. 13-1. 18-2. 19-8. 25.9. Scott 16 Davis. Flat. 15-1. 14-6. 17-2. 23.8. 1-0.3. 14-3. 16-3. 39.3. 16-1. 16-2. 25.2. 15-4. 14-4. 15-9. 13-5. 15-1. 'Milky. 16-6. 16-8. 15-9. 25.1. 16-2. 15-2. 101.5. Terry Yeo. 123.3. 14-2. 15-4. 16-5. 13-4. 16-1.
All right, drivers,
Levi
provisional
Maloney, 5.2.
mains are posted. Those will be
16 flat.
confirmed tomorrow morning.
13-6.
Again, provisional
Aaron
mains
Brooks.
are posted on Live RC. If there's any
15-8.
glaring errors, I'm not seeing it, but if
101
there's any
flat.
glaring errors, please let me know, and we'll get that corrected
13-3.
immediately.
14-7.
Again, mains are
15-3.
posted. Again, provisional
13-7.
mains are posted.
Gavin Dyke. 14-2.
I will finalize those tomorrow morning when we get going.
12-2. 15-6. 14-5. 14-4. 13-2. 24.2. 16 flat. 18-8. 13-8. 23.4. 13-2. 17-3. 13-8. 17-1. 14-2. 13-6. 13-9. 16-8. 15-6. 111.4. 12-6. 13-6. 14-9. 16-4. 12-8. 16-4. 14-9. 12-6. 15-9. 15 flat. 132.9. 12-7. 14-5. 15-6. 15-2. 13-6. 15-9. 25.1. 12-7. 107.4. 16-1. 12-3. 15-2. 13-4. 18-8. 105.4. 22.5. 14-1. Scott Walker. 12-6. 15-8. 37 flat. 15-4. 12-8. 17-2. 13-1. 15-8. 12-8. 15-8. 16-7. 53.5. 16-5. 159.8. 16-2. 22.6. 38.6. 15-6. 14-4. 20.3. 115.6. 14-9. 33.3. 116.7. 16-1. 14-7. 15-6. 31.1. 17 flat. 15-8. 13-4. 15-5. 38.2. Terry Yeo. 19 flat. 16-1. 19-4. 24.9. 17-8. 29.2. 28.3. Anya Dyke. 14-5. 16-8. 15-4. 13-2. 17-1. 15-9. 118.5. 12-7. 17-6. 16-5. 15-8. 27 flat. 13-6. Levi Lalone. 20.5. 19-1. 20.1. 15-7. 18-1. 12-4. 13-6. 13-7. 16-7. 23.8. 14-5. 28.5. 12-6. 39.6. 17 flat. 15-4. 15-3. 13-8. 16-9. 16-3. 55.5. 16-6. 25 flat. 14-4. 12-6. 13 flat. 17-9. 18-3. 22.6. 149.7. 31.8. 16-2. 16 flat. 16-4. 15-4. 15-2. 31.7. 16-2. 16-3. 16-7. 16-4. 26.7. 118.5. 16-1. Brad Borneal. 20.6. 13-2. 32 flat. 27.6. 27.8. 13-1. 158.6. 22.6. 15-7. 15-8. 15-7. 12-9. 15-5. 15-1. 16-2. 15-8. 13-2. 16-2. 16-3. 15-9. 13-6. 15-4. 14-3. 17 flat. 19-1. 18 flat. 12-9. 49.1. 15-7. 15-6. 16-3. 13 flat. J. Riggs 15-3. 16-1. 17-2. 12-9. 17-3. 15-3. 15-6. 13-5. 15-1. 15-7. 36.7. 13-3. 15-2. 14-7. 17-4. 18-7. 15 flat. 15-7. 16 flat. 21.3. 107.1. 15-7. 15-7. 13-9. 13-8. 39.2. 16-3. 17 flat. 13-5. 15-5. 15-9. 14 flat. Cupcake. 15-3. 16-3. 39 flat. 13-4. 17-2. 21.9. 16 flat. 13-1. 16-2. 14 flat. 21.2. 16-2. 35.1. 15-3. 15-9. 23.2. 16-2. 16-3. John Dunn. 16 flat. 52.8. 16-8. 15-2. 16 flat. 13-8. 42.8. 42.5. 14 flat. 18-4. 14-8. 16-8. 13-4. 14-8. 15-7. Levi Lalone. 24.7. 19-9. 17-9. 232 flat. 15 flat. 14-6. 18-3. 14-6. 33.6. 19-3. 17-9. Scott Dyke. 15-2. 13-8. 16-9. 16-5. 13-5. 15-2. 16 flat. 16-3. 13-3. 14-4. 16-4. 16-3. 12-7. 14-4. Mikey the Beard Brown. 13-5. 16-1. 16-5. 14-2. 13-6.
All right, Oval Fun. Looks like they're already over there starting to burn
13-3.
laps. But we are going to go official
15-6.
Oval Figure 8 racing at 8 p.m.
17-1.
8 p.m.
12-9. 12-9. 15 flat. 144.4. 16 flat. 13-3. 12-9. 15-2. 14-7. 13-4. 12-9. 15 flat. 16 flat. 13-1. 12-8. Anya Dyke 102.6. 14-3. 13-3. 15-7. 14-1. 15 flat. 15-5. 14-2. 16-7. 14-1. 16-5. 14-6. 15 flat. 13-5. 14-8. 15 flat. 16 flat. 120.9. 22.3. 12-8. 13-7. 18-1. 15-8. 14-6. 13-8. 13-7. 20.7. 14-8. 14-1. 13-1. 13-3. 18-7. 22 flat. 15-3. 15 flat. 13-1. 13-3. 14-7. 13-5. 18-3. 15-1. 16-6. 13-6. 16-4. 13-3. 15-1. 15-2. 14-6. 19-5. 143.4. 13-5. 15-5. 13-2. 14-6. 15-7. 14-2. 18-4. 13 flat. 14-9. 15-4. 14-5. 16-6. 14-1. 13-2. 19 flat. 14-9. 13-6. 15-3. 19 flat. 22 flat. 17-3, 13-9, 16-4, 15 flat, 14-6, 15-7. Gavin Dyke, 13-4, 17-6, 14-6, 21.8, 16-5, 14-8. (14-2), 19-6, 21.7, 15-4, 18-3. Stephen Day, 13-4, 14-6, 14-4, 16-9, 32.1, 31.9, 15-5, 13-2, 17-8, 14-6, 16-7, 13-2, 16-1, 22.6, 26 flat, 21 flat, 13-7, 16 flat, 14-9. Marcus Ramirez. Farmer. Marcus Ramirez. Rio 19-6, 13-4, 18-5, 15-7, 15-2, 28.5, 15-8, 14-7, 21.2, 22.4, 14-1, 19-3, 16-3, 14-9, 18-4, 14-8, 28.9, 14-8, 13-2, 17-8, 26.1, 14-1, 15-8, 18-8, 13-2, 21.8, 14-6, 15-4, 14-2, 16-6, 13-4, 16-8, 14-5, 16-4, 15-3, 15-2, 13-1, 16-4, 15-8, 54.3, 17-9, 14-8, 15-3, 104.3, 50.5, 13-2, 13-2, 15-2, 14-5, 18-1, 15-5, 13 flat, 15-9, 16-8, 25.3, 25.1, 28.8, 16-6, 15-9, 32.3, 15-2, 13-3, 13-9, 14-7, 15 flat, 15-4, 13-4, 14-6, 14-3, 17-7, 13-2, 16-8, 21.8, 14-5, 16-1, 13-4, 14 flat, 14-1, 14-1, 15-3, 17-6, 15-9, 14-9, 13-3, 16-7, 14-8, 17 flat, 13-9, 16-6, 17-6, 33.2, 15-1, Aaron 54.2, 18-7, 14-3, 14-2, 13-9, 19-9, 14-8, 14-8, 38.8, 18-8, 13-5, 116.6. 15.9. 20.9. 15 flat. 20.5. 15.1. 25 flat. 15 flat. 15.6. 15 flat. 33.4. 14.2. 16.3. 15.1. 14.2. 14.9. 15 flat. 17.1. 14.6. 13.2. 35 flat. 22.7. 15.6. 15.5. 17.9. 19.3. 51.3. 18.1. 14.3. 15.4. 15.6. 19.7. 17.4. 46.1. 22.2. 17.3. 23.4. 15.4. 143.1. 15.7. 13.8. 16.6. 34.2. 31.6. 13.5. 25.7. 40.3. 13.7. 13.7. 17.6. 113.2. 14.5. 14.3. 27.2. 53.4. 13.5. 17 flat. 19.5. 19.4. 14.9. 15 flat. 20.7. 14.1. Mikey the Beard Brown 14.1. 14.8. 24.5. John Dunn 15.3. 14 flat. 13.3. 17 flat. 14.1. 14 flat. 23.1. 13.7. 15.8. 14 flat. 20.2. 19.8. 13.4. 39.6. 13.3. 41.6. 31.5. 13.4. 13.9. 14.1. 13.2. 18.6. 14.1. 21.